25 años.
asiento. Por favor, tomen asiento.
Por favor, siéntense, tomamos asiento.
Kindly take your seats. This is a very emotional time, and we know that. We are gathering here today, and there's so many dearly loved people, and there's so much history behind us, but the time is beginning, and the minister's time is gold, so please, let's all take our seats. Thank you so much to all of you for coming, and I will now give the floor for the opening words from the Minister of Social Rights, Consumption and 2030 Agenda, Mr. Pablo Bustinduy. Thank you so much.
Pues muchas gracias, Ana.
Thank you so much, Ana, and a very good morning to all of you, particularly Andrés Barragán, the chairman of this praiseworthy institution, the Spanish Agency for Food Safety and Nutrition, who's celebrating its anniversary, and Ana López Santa Cruz, the executive director. Also to the international authorities who are honoring us with their presence today, national and regional authorities, and to each and every one of the workers in this agency who are with us today, and to those who in the past devoted part of their career, their time, and their energy to shape this agency into what it is today. To all of you, thank you so much and happy anniversary. It is a pleasure to be here today to celebrate this 25th anniversary of the agency, a quarter of a century that has been devoted to serving common interests and to fulfilling one of the highest possible goals within public function and within service of the general interest, which is to achieve that every citizen has access to safe, healthy, and sustainable food. 25 years is a very long time, and it is the fruit of the effort of a great many people. But I believe that the impact of that work is visible around us in our democracy, and it is worth stopping for a moment to celebrate that and to acknowledge it. Not only because of the growing significance that food safety has gained and nutrition globally and across the European Union, but also as a society, because food and nutrition means so much more than just the commitment of the public services to guarantee safe food. Food and nutrition is a social link. It is an essential expression of our identity, which materializes a legacy left by generations, by centuries, and that reflects a whole plethora of social relations that define us today as a country, as a democratic society. And it is also shown, it also conveys an idea for the future and a horizon that we are setting ourselves as a society. And I believe that particularly in recent years, this agency, AESAN, has played a differential role in bringing our public policies up to the par of food safety that defines what we are and what we aim to be. The agency has a long-standing history, 25 years, and it was born, as many other agencies were, in a context riddled with food crises and a rising concern in the public eye to guarantee the tools and the devices necessary to face those crises. But AESAN has achieved so much more than this in the past 25 years, so much more than just becoming a reference in certainty and efficacy in this goal. It has in fact become a benchmark that goes much further beyond and that makes food safety and healthy foods one of the cores of what I believe is a paradigmatic revolution in the way we see food and nutrition as a society. They have set the basis upon which to build the conception of food as a democratic right. The democratic right to food. And this means taking the focus much further. It's not just about ensuring a series of health conditions and looking after foods. In recent years, this agency has in fact gone to great lengths to broaden its goal and the concept of what food means, and has created spaces such as school food halls to guarantee access to healthy and sustainable food that meets all of the standards established by the World Health Organization, but also to learn, to educate, and to become more aware of what healthy food habits mean, because that is the basis to exercise this right to food. These are the same guiding principles that lead everything we do now that the Royal Decree for school dining halls has been launched, and it is also now being processed for public centres such as residencies, nursing homes, hospitals, dining halls. And we're also extending the measures that apply to school dining halls in the earlier stages from 0 to 3 years. And so I now once again would like to take this opportunity to highlight the battle that the teachers of this age group are fighting in order to secure that they have good working conditions, because their role is crucial for society, but also to support the feasibility of the entire education system. It's not just about the working conditions for those individual teachers, but it's an effort to strengthen the entire institution of public education, which is at risk for society. And the contribution made by this agency is in this democratic effort to include this broad and democratic vision of food as a pillar in our educational system that is guiding their actions. And I am confident that in doing so, what we are doing is reaching an agreement that already exists in society, that is already conveyed in our values, that is already put across in the academic, social sphere. It is this conviction that we need to remove obstacles that are preventing food from being a right, healthy food being a universal right. And that also entails the obligation to address the hurdles that are preventing sustainable and healthy food from reaching everyone. We're talking class barriers, barriers in terms of access to resources, to do with income. We need to be able to address all of this as a society, because we have the obligation in the public authorities and the public bodies to guarantee that right without exceptions, the right to healthy, nutritional and sustainable food. I do believe that it is an obligation for the public powers to do this. And I think the agreement exists across society. There is a consensus. So beyond the parliamentary tactics or the cultural battle, it is our obligation to insist until this becomes a reality. And I'm sure you are aware that just a few weeks ago in the Congress of Deputies, there was an initiative that was pushed back, a legislative initiative pushed back by the parliamentary group to create safer environments, healthier and more sustainable environments for infancy and for adolescence and childhood. It targeted particularly children, and it prohibited energy drinks, which are wrongly named energy drinks, to children and adolescents. And so I want to take this opportunity of this celebration to say that today the Ministry of Consumption has opened a public consultation process for a law that will prohibit the sale of these energy drinks to people under 16 years of age. And this will extend to 18 years of age when it contains more than 200 milligrams of caffeine for 100 milliliters. We do this because we aim to fulfill this goal I have been describing, and we will insist as much as necessary until this becomes a law, an official act, because it is our democratic duty to guarantee safe environments for childhood, infancy, and adolescence. The organizations, international organizations, are battling for this, but there is also a social demand and a social awareness on behalf of an immense majority of our society. Up to 90% support this initiative, which is why we refuse to stand down, because we believe it is our obligation and our calling. And today we have opened that consultation process, and we will push for it as quickly as possible to make it become a law. On an event like today, I want to not only insist on our commitment to ensure that the following 25 years will be equally successful in this agency, but I also want to appreciate the presence of authorities and reference organizations here today. And I can say with pride that this agency works hand in hand with science, with coordination, cooperation, regulation, both internationally with the European Commission and the European Food Safety Authority, the World Health Organization, the FAO, the Council, but also nationally within Spanish borders with all of the regions in one common goal united in the belief that at times like this, we need to fight for common sense. It seems hard to believe at a time like this, with cooperation, with institutional loyalty, in support of common interests, because that is what this agency does. And that is what defines the very mission of AESAN. And so today I would like to thank everyone, all of these organizations, institutions, for their presence today and for the work they do on a daily basis. And I would like to finish by making a special mention to those who are with us in this room today, and in these past 25 years, to those who have dedicated a portion of their career, of their energy, of their know-how, of their expertise to shape the agency into what it is today. And I particularly want to extend my gratitude to the hundreds and thousands of civil servants, particularly, who have done their very best to make this agency a cause of pride in this country and an expression of the very best we can offer. I think that with your work, you have honored public service in the very best possible definition of the word. I think this agency is an exemplary one. Its work is exemplary, and so we need to nurture it and celebrate it. Congratulations on your 25th anniversary. Thank you to those of you who have contributed to make the agency what it is today, and here's to a further 25 years of excellence, public service and general interests. Thank you so much.
En 2026, en AESAN cumplimos 25 años.
In 2026, AESAN is turning 25. That's 25 years of the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency. We work from the General State Administration to secure food safety and promote healthy food. During this quarter of a century, society has changed, and so have our eating habits. From the agency, we have adapted to each of those changes. We were born in 2001 as the Spanish Food Safety Agency, and in 2005, we included nutrition in our mission in order to promote healthy eating and prevent obesity. Since then, we have reinforced our coordination, control, and our response to food risks, all with one clear goal: to protect the health of citizens.
En lo que comemos. Hoy somos 190 profesionales, la mayoría mujeres, que trabajamos desde las sedes de Madrid, Majadahonda y Vigo.
La creación de la Agencia de Seguridad Alimentaria en ese momento representaba una innovación y una respuesta también a crisis que habíamos tenido tanto en España como en la Unión Europea. Era una necesidad de transparencia, de credibilidad, pero sobre todo de poner una barrera que redujera al mínimo posible esos riesgos que podían venir de algo tan básico como es nuestra alimentación. Así que fue realmente un grito y al mismo tiempo una respuesta lógica a una necesidad tan importante como asegurarnos de que protegemos a nuestros ciudadanos.
Contamos con 2 laboratorios propios, el Centro Nacional de Alimentación y el Laboratorio de Biotoxinas Marinas.
El Centro Nacional de Alimentación es un laboratorio nacional de referencia para la detección de contaminantes, tanto biológicos como químicos, en alimentos y en materiales destinados al contacto con los alimentos. A lo largo de su evolución ha tenido un papel fundamental en la protección de la salud pública, detectando riesgos, reforzando el control oficial y contribuyendo a que los alimentos que llegan a la ciudadanía sean seguros.
El Laboratorio de Biotoxinas Marinas actúa como laboratorio de referencia europeo, prestando apoyo científico-técnico y control analítico para reforzar la seguridad alimentaria. También contamos con un comité científico que, desde 2004, aporta evidencia independiente para evaluar riesgos y tomar decisiones con rigor.
Veníamos de una época en la que se habían planteado muchas controversias en las bases científicas de las medidas adoptadas en la gestión de la crisis de las vacas locas. Y Europa se dotó de un comité científico único, pero nosotros necesitábamos en España que esas decisiones aterrizasen a nuestro estilo de vida, a nuestros hábitos alimentarios y a nuestros requerimientos de seguridad. Y por eso, para la caracterización del riesgo, que como se llama técnicamente, necesitaba nuestro propio comité científico, una voz única, autorizada para todo el territorio.
En estos 25 años hemos afrontado grandes retos en seguridad alimentaria. las vacas locas,
In food safety, there
las
has been mad cow
dioxinas,
disease,
el
dioxins,
prestige o el brote de E.
prestige,
coli.
or the E. coli
Cada una de
outbreak.
ellas nos ha ayudado a reforzar la
Each of them has
coordinación,
helped us to reinforce our
mejorar el
coordination,
control oficial e incorporar
increase our
nuevas
official controls,
tecnologías para
and
responder
include
mejor
new
ante
technologies
los
to better
riesgos.
respond
La
to
tecnología
risks.
nos permite ser más ágiles y
Technology allows
eficaces.
us to be
En
more
esto, la
agile and
inteligencia artificial
efficient.
puede ayudarnos.
And here, artificial intelligence can help us
detectando
by
patrones para
anticipating
proteger a la
and by
población.
detecting patterns
También
to protect the
hemos
population.
avanzado en la vigilancia
We
de la
have also
obesidad
progressed
y en la
in
mejora de la
monitoring
alimentación,
obesity and
con
improving
medidas en
nutrition and
ámbitos como
diets
los comedores
by
escolares,
implementing
el
measures
comercio
in food
minorista
halls, in
o
schools,
los complementos alimenticios.
in
Y
retail
ahora
and in
miramos al
food
futuro con un
supplements. And now we're
objetivo
looking
claro:
ahead to the future
seguir
with a
innovando
clear goal
para
to
garantizar
continue
una
innovating
alimentación
in order
segura,
to ensure
saludable,
safe,
sostenible
healthy,
y accesible
sustainable
para
and
toda la
accessible
ciudadanía.
food for all of our citizens.
Bienvenidos a esta
Welcome to this event. It's a little hot in here. Don't worry, they will come soon to fix the air conditioning. But if you need a fan, then reach out to one of our colleagues around here, and hopefully this will be fixed very soon. As I was saying, welcome one and all to this commemoration event for our 25th anniversary since the creation of the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency, which, as the Minister was saying, is what we are celebrating. A 25-year history driving food safety and nutrition in Spain. For practical reasons, the presentations of all of our speakers will be provided in Spanish, except those by Drs. Kritz and Berend, which will be in English, and there will be simultaneous interpretation for that. Following our program, we will be holding a roundtable with two key figures who were very important in setting up this home, this family that is AESAN. So I would like to call upon Ms. Maria Neira, who was a resident since 2002 to 2005. And she worked in the public health department of the World Health Organization. She is a reference for us as women, and she is the highest possible example of a Spanish person reaching these public institutions in this field. So welcome. And Mr. Ignacio Arranz, the former executive director from 2004 to 2008. Welcome to both of you, and please join me on the stage.
Gracias. Bueno, qué lujo, qué lujo.
What a luxury, what a privilege. Please get comfortable. You know you are very much at home. What can I say? It's such a luxury, and there is a phrase that I really love, walking on the shoulders of giants, and that truly is what defines this moment. Thank you so much. Yes, when battling the heat, we will need water. Thank you. As I was saying, we're walking on the shoulders of giants, and it is such a luxury to represent this house, this family today, and it's a privilege to have these two reference figures, these icons in the popular culture of this home. You have been the mother and the father of AESAN, or at least that's the way I have always felt it since my very early days when I was taking my first steps in the agency, where they, for me, were completely unattainable. And today I'm fortunate enough to sit with them on this roundtable as friends, Maria and Ignacio. We're going to be talking about the creation of the agency and how they experienced it, a quick overview, and it's going to be a casual discussion about how the agency was created and how important it was at the time and how important it still is for society and for all of citizens today. We were saying that we were born in 2001, and do you all remember that white book on food safety that most of us, when we took our official exams, have used as a reference? It's the 2001 white book, and that was the basis of all of the food legislation that ensued, and it has underpinned the food safety regulations all across the European Union, and it really introduced the farm to fork concept, It was an example of implementing traceability, of separating risk assessment, which is the scientific side, and risk management. And that book also proposed the creation of a European Food Safety Authority for the assessment side, the scientific side of this food safety system. So it was a very ambitious project that aimed to leave behind the major food crises of the end of the 90s, and they had affected all of our continent at that time. And Spain really heard that cry for help and responded. Maria, why did we need to create a food safety agency in Spain? Thank you, Anna. And before we go on, I would love to say that it is a pleasure to be here with all of you. I can see so many familiar faces, and it's a delight for me to know that we're still here, we're still alive. Thank you, Minister. And I'd like to clarify something. You've seen me in the photo there. I was just a child when all of this happened, so you can add 25 years, but we're still here, the old glories, Ignacio and myself. Thank you for inviting me. For me, it was clear, after experiencing all of these crises in Europe, you could open any newspaper back in those days, and the headlines were always about food safety. So when Spain decided to set up this agency, they reached out to me. I was working at the World Health Organization at the time, and I seem to recall that I actually said no the first time because I was a little unsure. But we had the Director General of the World Health Organization, Brunkland, at the time, and she said, you usually regret what you don't do, not what you do. So go to Spain and you can still come back here whenever you like. So I did that, and it was a magnificent experience. Why was it necessary to create this agency? Well, precisely because of that cry for help, that visibility that we were seeing. You mentioned it was a cry, a call to the heavens that we needed to do something. And there was this real perception of risk. It's not just the food risk itself, but the perception was very, very high at the time. And of course, we had to work from the science and also work on the communication of the risk itself, because there wasn't much communication at the time, I believe, or perhaps it wasn't given the highlight that it needed. And so major professionals were put together, and all we needed to do was to just kick it off so that citizens would truly see this as something that could reassure them and that they could be at ease about. So we responded to those needs. At the time, the agency was at a very high level politically as well, and I reported to the Congress of Deputies. And when I went to the Congress for the first time, I said, where can I put my PowerPoint? Where can I show my PowerPoint? And they said, you're what? Because usually no one showed PowerPoint presentations at the time. But we started doing it, and yes, it was a time when we were demanding something, when we were claiming something, but we were also rising to a very necessary demand for transparency and for credibility. I have my own microphone. Oh, Ignacio has one, so we don't need to pass it round. Oh, excellent, one each. Well, Ignacio, now to you. You took part in the AESAN constitution process. What do you think were the major risks that you had to overcome when you were doing that? That's a difficult question to answer in a short space of time, and also because I want to spend some of my time thanking you for bringing me here from the prehistoric era and giving me this opportunity to see so many people whom I know and whom I love. Thank you and congratulations. Maria has already anticipated some of what I wanted to say. We were rising to a duty because all of those of us who were linked to food were under suspicion. Everyone who made food, transformed food, who produced food regulations, controlled it in any way, were in question. And so the challenge was that we were starting from a point where we were under the spotlight. We were in question, and so you need to earn the merit and try and make people realize that you are working along the right track to reassure them and to give them well-being. That was the biggest challenge, and I think Maria explained that very well. Apart from that, you're very much aware of the challenges that were sometimes actually quite appealing. The challenge of working in a food chain that goes from the farm to the fork, which means encompassing various different administrations, which in a place like Spain that's divided into different autonomies, it needs a lot of administrative work. That was a challenge too. But I would say the main challenge was that we were under suspicion and we needed to gain credibility and become efficient. Yes, there were crises and they had affected the trust that society had in the institutions and in producers too, and in the communicators. Anything that had to do with food was in question. Nothing deserved credibility. Goodness me. Now, Maria, how did you experience coming back from the World Health Organization to Spain? You've mentioned that you did that. And how did you experience this as a woman? You were in an international organization and then you came back to Spain. Well, yes, it was in fact a significant challenge because I was coming from global affairs, from working out in the field in Geneva. But I think that was what I could bring to the table, this global vision, this context, this idea of trusting in the experts. And fortunately, Ignacio was there as well. He was the cornerstone, the backbone of the agency. The technical soundness was there. There were huge experts, and Ignacio is definitely one of them. And with that, we had to prove that we could open up to other groups of experts. And I can't say that was easy. I'm saying this a little as an anecdote, but when I, with my World Health Organization background, would suggest putting together a group of experts in a working group of the finest experts worldwide, some would say, isn't that going to prove to us that we don't have the right experts here? And I would say, no, it means that science has no barriers. And the more neutral authorities that you have with the neutrality and the know-how, the better. And it was important to reach out to this council of the wise, of the sage scientists that we had, our scientific council. It was difficult because there were a lot of professors, people with big names, and perhaps what I could do was bring a bit of fresh air, a breath of fresh air, because I could afford not to understand things, some of the internal things, some of the reasons why we couldn't choose this person or another person because of the politics. It's not so much that I didn't, but I didn't want to understand. But we called upon the very best, and we put together the scientific committee very quickly, and within a year we had included the concept of nutrition with the Now strategy. We designed the logo because we thought communication was fundamental, essential. Be able to communicate risks and go out there and have an image. That was important. Prestige also impacted, and people would say, watch out for be careful what you say. And we said, no, we need to speak, to communicate, and the more renowned experts we have, wherever we have to bring them from, the better. It was a bit of a shock to me, and they would say to me, I'm going to send you a communicated order, and I was never afraid of any of that because I didn't even know what it meant. So it was a good thing. And we called very early upon some of the experts, and some of them went pale and said, what's this person from the World Health Organization wanting from us? And then it turned out we had excellent collaboration, and we put them under pressure, but we became friends, we became collaborators, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or if you disagree, but we proved that we had a lot to offer in a two-way relationship. We couldn't go against them, we couldn't overlook them, and we couldn't be ignored. We had to work together and be jointly responsible. We also did some marketing efforts, and we worked together to see what each of us could contribute. And there are many anecdotes that perhaps I can tell in a different time, at a different moment in history. They are interesting, but yes, they were times when we had very few resources, but so much enthusiasm and the will to work. And I think that fortunately, we were able to set the founding stone upon which you have then very successfully continued to build. There were some very technically competent people at that time, but we maybe lacked the reputation at that time, the ability to wash away the suspicion and to bring all of the Spanish regions together. We did work with them very well. We had some very interesting working sessions, not taking into account some of the more political or ideological concepts. None of that was brought to the table, and that for me was so stimulating personally. There were difficulties, I won't deny it, but I think overlooking some of the bureaucracy because I wasn't familiar with it actually did give me wings, and nobody cut them. Nobody cut my wings. Perhaps they tried, but they didn't. Lucky you, and lucky for us that we had you rowing at the helm of the boat, and that founding stone, that foundational stone that you laid really did find a solid basis, and we have been building upon it to shape the agency into what it is today. And linking on what you were saying, drawing on your comment, Nick was saying yesterday, he is the director of AESAN, and he will be addressing us in a moment, but he was saying how internationally, and 25 years later, we know that EFSA was created, but there were other agencies, and we're all celebrating our anniversaries now. All of these food safety agencies across the member states were created more or less at the same time, including ours. But Nick was saying that the interaction with international agencies like EFSA was so fruitful. Those of us who had an institution created for food safety, which is the case of Spain, not all member states have them, but in other member states they have other structures. They don't all have a single institution. But he said that it's interesting to see how clear the leadership is and the national support and the coherence, the consistency in policies, the will to cooperate and to strengthen food safety. He was saying it's clear. Thank you, Nick, for mentioning that, and I'm sure he's going to discuss it briefly in his presentation. Back to Ignacio now. Maria has mentioned the scientific committee and some of the obstacles. You were at the ministry at the time. You had the Subdirectorate General of Hygiene, was it? Yes, it was hygiene, and then it went on to be called food safety. And that's where you were at the time. I was the subdirector, and I was fermenting. Oh, fermenting, how interesting. When the agency was created, and up until the time that it was officially constituted, we had to keep our previous jobs because if I was going to, it had to be someone who could be taken to prison who had to sign these alerts. So it took time, and I had this transition period. But I want to say something that Maria didn't say about herself, and can I say it? Yes, go ahead. Feel free. You were saying that I was the founding stone, the foundational stone, the cornerstone, the backbone. I'm not sure if that's the case. But when Maria arrived, it was, in a way, it was a very clear message that we needed health, prevention, and promotion in this agency, and that's what the agency was going to be about. And the citizens wanted that. And then she talks about constituting groups and how people were a bit surprised. And I remember a bit of a scare that we had, but fortunately we lived it from a bit of a distance. The first time SARS, not SARS-CoV-2, but severe acute respiratory syndrome. When that broke out, there was a meeting, and it was in a dark room. There were virologists from all around the world, and Maria has said I'm an expert, but I couldn't keep up with them. And not because they were speaking English, that wasn't the problem. And that was the trigger to say, apart from all the know-how we have in the house, there are tools externally that we can leverage, that we can bring home. And it's like saying you have a small apartment and one day you want to host a party and they lend you this venue. That's the opportunity we had. We had the whole universe, the whole world at our fingertips with people who knew more than we did, and we could call them and ask them to come and lend a hand. And that's thanks to my colleague here. And the Spanish Food Agency started to filter out all of our discussions into Europe, and we became very present in the advisory forums. We're out there making noise, and we made sure that we were visible, credible, and we trying to, like I say, gain that outward visibility. For those of you who know Ignacio, you know he has an incredible sense of humor, and that has saved me so many times. When we had tough meetings, before going into the meeting, he would always say, look out, these are like Carlists who have just done their Holy Communion. And we were ready for battle. We were braced. And then we would do good cop, bad cop quite a lot. Ignacio was the face of resistance, saying, no one can touch science. And the minister was talking about the energy drinks. If it had been up to me, I would have burned them to the ground. And truly, it was very, very fun working together, because there was this reliability, and people thought he was a bit too stiff, a bit too rigid, but he represented a no when we needed a no. And I was perhaps the friendlier face. Sometimes we switched roles too. What a wonderful duo you've made, and how important humor is. I always claim that humor is so important because it helps us to put our tensions and our problems into perspective, and it's a key tool. Many of you here today know that I try to use good humor, and I said, come here, be natural, be casual with your natural sense of humor. A true example for us is what you've been. Talking about scientific committees, we have welcomed the first president of the scientific committee. He's going to be speaking later. He spent a long time, and it's just so important to have had these scientific committees. It was difficult to try and bring together all the talent that was spread out across the different universities, the research centers, but it was so important to have a leader like him at the helm, and that's why we chose him to speak today on the stage. He played such an important role, and he truly was an icon of this pillar that science represents in order to build the entire food safety system upon the sound foundation that science represents. Can I just very briefly say that I never went to a science committee session, never. We would let them do their thing. Sometimes you would expect them to say, hopefully salmonella won't be a pathogen. But no, they wouldn't. We would always just let them work with complete freedom, with neutrality, and I think that's one of the best things we could do towards that scientific committee. Absolutely, and that's the way things continue to be. We were mentioning this just 2 weeks ago when we had the risk assessment days here, but it's a related topic. Why was there a decision not to choose the science committee? I think it's a question that a lot of us ask ourselves, because there are authorities like EFSA here, and we mentioned this in the meeting yesterday with Nick, the director of EFSA, where they do pay the experts to bring their science to the table and to make these scientific reports in the food safety authorities. So why the idea, why the reason not to pay or to remunerate the scientific committee? That is a brief answer that I'm going to give you to that question. There was much debate about this. First of all, we negotiated the law to create the agency, which is what is 25 years old today. And then we worked on the Articles of Association, and it was more difficult to establish the law than the Articles of Association. But when we were wondering as to whether the scientific committee should be remunerated or not, whether they should receive any reimbursement, there was disagreement. Some people thought that the only way to secure their attention and their hard work would be to pay them for it. And then there was another side that said, well, it seems like they're going to be conditioned, they're going to be biased. And so there was some debate, some coming and going, and we decided to run the risk of, because we thought if people had other things on their agenda, they perhaps wouldn't find the time to provide our expertise. But really, it gave them freedom. And the decision was at a much higher level than I could possibly represent. Well, it was, I think, 50-50, wasn't it? But the other option would have been legitimate, perfectly legitimate. But it's something we might change in the future. It's not an easy debate. We would like to. We'd have to really sit down and think how we could pay them back for their work. And we were just discussing this yesterday with the president as well, the chairwoman. We can't pay them for what they do at the moment, but we do try and look after them, treat them with tender, loving care so that they're happy here. And we have a wonderful team led by Vicente, the assessment team, who are always looking after them to make their lives as easy as possible and to steal as little possible of their time so that they can give us their invaluable knowledge. I was mentioning the logo just earlier, Maria, and then I'll ask Ignacio another question. How did you come up with that logo? You were saying it was an anecdote. Well, put yourself in this situation. We had this fabulous building. We weren't allowed to use this room. I walked in and I said, we've got to use it. It was because there were some difficulties. It was locked up just because it was easier. And there were other rooms that we weren't allowed to use. The carpets we were tripping up over couldn't be changed because they were artistic heritage. So we turned things upside down. We gave everything a bit of a fresh, clean face. And we all sat down. Juanma, I think, was there. And we actually just sketched it out on a white piece of paper. So it was quite easy, really. But there was a story behind it. We thought it had to be green. If I was in the agency today, I would have added another word. I would have added sustainability as well as food safety and nutrition if we were allowed to put another word in. It had to be green right from the outset. And then there's this concept of continuity from the farm to the fork, and then the circle, which I think is friendly, it's inclusive, it's integrating. I don't know, that we brought all these concepts into it without taking into account any marketing, any advertising, and there it is, and I love to see it so beautifully represented. And it was also an A. I don't know if you can see, it was the A for AESAN initially. Isn't that right, Juanma? Yes, it was for AESA without the N. The N was added subsequently, and because we didn't have many resources, but we had a platform, we used it. So 1 year after creating AESA, we decided that we couldn't speak of food safety if we did not mention nutrition. So we added the N. It's not that we added it. We negotiated with the government, and I don't know how on earth we managed to do it, but they gave us an additional N. Well, that was your part of everything. I'd never heard anything about that, but we managed to include nutrition in our mission, and we did the NOWS campaign and strategy. It was a campaign that I'm very proud of. We also did the Clean Bars campaign. There are still bars in Spain where people drop their tissues and their napkins on the floor. 25 years ago, that was a very visible issue. So we launched a campaign that we thought had to be friendly, so we wouldn't insult anyone, but the idea of not having any of these toothpicks and these dirty napkins on the floor. And it was fun. And we did something else in the history of food. The private food industry gave us some beautiful posters. They gave us the advertising they had been using for 50 years. We've got the original Colacao advert, and we exhibited them in Recoletos. We had this exhibit. So we tried to contribute anything that would give us visibility, presence, credibility, and ideally help us to mobilize resources, which would have been very welcome at the time. Just drawing on your comment, you were saying you were working with advertising, cooperating with industry. There was a 50-year anniversary just recently where they celebrated the 50-year history of advertising to do with food, and it was wonderful. And I'm delighted that you did that back in the day as well. The door is open to do something similar together on this 25th anniversary year that we're celebrating. I just wanted to very briefly mention those who make it possible to be in this building, all of the secretary generals, all of the people who work in the shadows who we never mention, who help us to preserve the heritage, who set up the rules, the standards, the legal side, who pay for our wages. They give us the money, the funding. It's so important, and we never pay tribute to them. So since you brought up the idea of the heritage that this building represents, I really wanted to pay homage to them. We don't have much more time, but just very briefly, last question, Ignacio. As well as being a vet from the Complutense University, you are
Imagino que es la mayor expresión.
You are an organ player, and I think this helps us to include this One Health concept. We've included the One Health concept now, but it's always been there. How do you see this? Can you just share a few words about it, and then we'll finish our roundtable? Well, life is one single thing. I'm going to get Cartesian, or some people will try to divide it into compartments, but I think where science and art meets, we have to nurture them both, and I'm fortunate enough to have been able to do so personally. And it's the ability to integrate everything in one single health. It's something we'd always been working on with that belief, but we hadn't given it a name. And so we hadn't set it as an actual defined goal. But it is important to give it a name so we know where we're heading. And I think it has a natural background behind it. You don't really have to think too hard to integrate everything that health encompasses. It's a round circle. Absolutely, that's a wonderful response, and right on time as well, Ignacio. Thanks to both of you. Just to finish this roundtable, which, as I say, is a luxury for me, as the director of AESAN, I would simply like to say that the agency is excited. We're all excited and looking ahead at the challenges with enthusiasm. We know there are many challenges ahead. We're working on a new website, which you will see soon. We are working on data digitalization. We have a new open data section for the population to make those microdata accessible to everyone in a view to increase transparency. And we're reinforcing collaboration with international institutions, and proof of that is the fact that they are here with us today. And also with Latin America, 2 weeks ago, we had an event with them as well, and we're collaborating with them on technical assistance and institutional reinforcement. And we're fighting to reduce obesity figures in Spain, particularly among the youngest. You are familiar with the royal decree that was published last year, and the minister mentioned it. Now we're going one step further, aiming to regulate the menus that are served in public spaces, in hospitals and nursing homes. We're reinforcing official controls as well. There's been a recent royal decree, as you probably know, with new mechanisms. We've also been strengthening the laboratory side of things, which also needs very much support, these official control laboratories. And we also want to continue to be and to further reinforce the role of AESAN as a source of reliable information, of rigorous food health information, so that citizens know that this is the referenced institution in anything to do with food health and obesity prevention. There's the prevention side as well. That's why we have a communication strategy that allows us to set very clear goals and to fulfill them, to evaluate them, and with that to strengthen our work and improve it in the future. And I will wrap up now by saying that in spite of all of these challenges, the most important thing, as the minister said, and he did pay a very beautiful tribute to this home, I would like to acknowledge everyone who was always here, those of you, mum and dad, who started it, who founded it, and thanks to everyone who then continued to build upon that work, family and friends who are still here today, giving our all. Thanks to each and every one of you, because it is that passion, as the minister said, and that dedication that has made AESAN what it is today. Thank you so much. And that's the end of our roundtable. Round of applause, please, to my two peers. Thank you.
Seguimos ahí.
Okay, we are going to move on to the next item in our agenda. We now have I'm going to call to the stage the three collaborators that are going to introduce the next speakers, and these are people I've mentioned some of them, people that have been very important for this agency, and we wanted them to be introducing the speakers. So I am now going to call to the stage Andreu Palou.
Pasa. Adelante. ¿Veis ahí adelante?
You see a small bio there on the screen. Concha Grau, who is also somewhere over here. Andreu Palou was the first scientific committee chairperson, and he was there for many years. Now it is regulated, but he was the chairperson for many years. And she has done lots of things in many different places. She's taken on important positions, but for us, it was very significant when she was the director of the National Food Health Center, and she insisted for 1.5 years to have me to come back to chair or to direct this AESAN. And when I was very happy in the agricultural ministry, and I have many colleagues here that also represent this ministry, and I really thank her for insisting, because I didn't know whether it was going to be for good or for bad, but I am very happy that I was invited and encouraged to take on this position, and I came back to my home, really. And finally, I'm going to call to the stage Ana Troncoso. She was also, you will see on the screen that she was the executive director of this house.
Adelante. Directora.
She was the executive director. Let's see if we can see the resume there. I don't know the years exactly, but we will see it on the screen anyway. I was not really paying much attention at that point. But I turn the floor over to you. You are going to introduce the different speakers, and I think that Andreu Palou is going to introduce the first speaker. Good morning. Thank you very much, Anna, and I think that it was very appropriate to organize this round table. I would like to thank the panelists, because it's been really very nice to see them. They have laid very solid foundations for the agency to be able to develop and to become what it has become. So now I turn the floor over to Dr. Nikolaos Kritz, who is the Executive Director of the EFSA since September 2025, and he is going to present to us what is essential in food policy, the relevance of science at the basis of every decision. Thank you.
Gracias. And thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Distinguished Minister, President of AESAN, Chief Executive, Anna. Thank you very much for this invitation, and wow, what a venue this is. We don't have this. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful place here in the heart of Madrid. And first and foremost, to everybody in this room, happy birthday. "25 years is a long time. In fact, it's a time where you see children grow up and become adults. As it so happens, this year my daughter turns 25 as well. And it's a time where you have learned from crises, you've learned from challenges, you have implemented things, and it's time to also look forward and turn towards the next 25 years and see what these young adults and what this young adult will do over the next 25 years. So let me go to the past, then about the challenges of the present, and then also a little bit about the future. But the most important thing is always our North Star, science. Science as the basis for our decision-making, science in the service of society, and science to build trust. How did it start? Yes, we're a year younger than you, the European Food Safety Authority. And can I please get rid of the? I know in Spanish, Italian, for example, this article, they're very complex sometimes when it is applied and when not. I always say, please call it our EFSA. If at the end of the day you walk out of here and don't say EFSA or the EFSA anymore, but say our EFSA, I've already achieved everything I wanted to achieve, because we are European, we are Spanish, we are your EFSA, like AESAN is your AESAN, we are also yours. We are our EFSA for 27 member states, and even beyond, because we are a reference body that is used in other parts of the world. Again, why? Because of our North Star, because we always base decisions on the science underlying it. Of course, we were established, in our case, a year later in 2002, following a series of food safety crises. You've mentioned them. Thank you for giving part of my speech, Anna. That helps me. I can speed up, bring the time back. But what was the main thing? And you see it here. Improve the system, yes. Help ensure a high level of consumer protection, yes. But restore and maintain confidence in our food supply. I'm very fortunate in that I have ridden across Spain many times. I know your country quite well, and not on a horse, even though I grew up on a horse farm. It was on a motorcycle, but I've seen the importance of food in this country at first hand. And when you think of Spain, you think of landscapes and tradition. You think of the olive groves in Andalusia, you think of the vineyards in Castilla, and you think of the fishing boats in Galicia that come into the harbor. And you think of the families that get around foods, you think of the markets, the food markets that you have, so colorful, full of life, full of discussions. And yes, you also think of the bars, because they're very nice bars with the tapas and the good food and the good drink that is being had here. And you think of the confidence that citizens nowadays have in the safety of their food. Because this is quiet work. This is not work that sort of screams, we are doing food safety, we are the big stars. It's not for us that they set up the big stage outside. That got me worried a bit when I came yesterday. I thought, whoa, this is a bigger event than I thought. This is a very nice event, by the way, but I'm just saying, when I saw what's happening outside for tomorrow and the day after, hallelujah. But it's this quiet work that matters. We have a saying in Parma that goes like this: if it's not safe, it's not food. It's very simple, very straightforward. If it's not safe, it's not food. And let me talk a little bit about how your EFSA, our EFSA, works with you. When you look at this, you see down this triangle on the lower right-hand side, that's our building. If it looks like a piece of Parmesan cheese, I heard it was not intentional. It certainly faces north, that triangle, and it faces towards, therefore, what I call science. We are 600 staff, many of whom are Spanish. Sorry for pilfering some of your staff. They came willingly, and they are a crucial part of our workforce. Maybe something to look out for here, which is unusual in government and in academia. Look how many trainees we have. On purpose, we have 120 trainees. So 600 staff plus 120 trainees, young professionals, graduates that come to us and they teach us, is the reality. We mentor them, but they teach us. It's called reverse mentoring. They are digital natives, most of us. We have an average age of 47 years. Most of us are digital immigrants. I had this conversation with Andres yesterday, they call this a phone as opposed to a mobile, because that's the only phone they know. And we have, very importantly, over 800 experts that work with us in our scientific panels, in our scientific committee. These 800 experts, 3 of our panel chairs are Spanish. And as I will show in a second, we have 11 panels. So a sizable portion of our scientific workforce, the experts, Jana, you're right, we do pay them. They sometimes spend, depending on the expert, but they usually spend between 30 and 60 days of their working days, which is about 200, with us. And that's why we have, over the years, more than 10,000 scientific outputs. Therefore, we decided to pay them because it makes it worth their while to spend so much time. Don't forget, EFSA is unique in this regard that we can choose our experts. Every 5 years we have a big exercise where we choose our experts from across the European Union and sometimes, rarely, but also beyond, depending on their expertise. And we also bring experts together. You see it here, the 1,789. These are experts from all EU countries that come also to us to discuss amongst themselves. Yes, we guide, yes, we support, yes, we help, but we are also a networking hub. That's our role. Why is it our role? Because we are your EFSA. What always astounds me is the variety, the diversity of what we do. Here you see all the different panels. They are all in all 11 panels that show you what we deal with. Whether it's pesticides, but also plant health, plant pests, the introduction of Xylella fastidiosa and how we deal with this, something very relevant for Spain. Whether it's animal health and welfare, but also feed, animal feed. We heard about Salmonella earlier, that we also deal with. In fact, the chair of the panel of biological hazards is Spanish. And food packaging, nutrition, artificial colors, health claims, all this we deal with as well. And in order to make this work earn us trust, we say it needs to be independent from risk managers and private interests. It needs to be well governed, and it needs to be transparent. And we were very fortunate that the European Commission, together with the member states, decided in 2019 to give us what was called the Transparency Regulation. So we had the first 17 years of our existence like you, and then it was decided we needed to strengthen our openness. Better access to scientific studies. Done. Tick. You can now find access to our scientific studies. All of you should be able to access the studies that you want to access via our website. More access to the evidence, and on top of that, public consultation. We do a public consultation on everything we do scientifically. Everybody has the right to comment. Allow me a comment on that. It's very different, the uptake. You can imagine in areas such as genetically modified organisms, pesticides, we have very active public consultation, whereas another food enzyme doesn't quite generate the same amount of interest. Here, very important, because we were strong in our independence, but we are also keen on the interdependence, bringing the member states closer to our work. And so what you see here is that our management board has a task to contribute to making experts available to us, to finding them, etc. Because it was sometimes hard. Experts are very sought after. They're like gold dust. You need to go looking for them, and then you need to make it attractive. You know all about that, obviously. How do you find the right ones that are still independent, but that have the right expertise and that can be useful? And last, but by no means least, and that was also part of the panel discussion, effective risk communication. This is so important. We say science that is not communicated is not finished. It's not done. If it doesn't reach anybody, if it doesn't go out of this room, out of the expert meeting room, if it doesn't reach also citizens, consumers, it is not useful. We have social scientists working with us now that are making sure our messages also reach citizens. Because citizens don't read our scientific opinions. Of course they don't. They have other things to do. They don't need to. What they should have is trust and confidence in that the work we do is independent, scientific excellent, and open. They can access it if they want to. Now let's look for the future. Robust scientific excellence will continue. Transparency is there. Inclusiveness, I talked about that. Actionable, because EFSA has also correctly been criticized that we were sometimes, call it, too scientific. We produced encyclopedias of long opinions, and I jokingly said, I'm a vet as well, nobody's perfect. No, but I jokingly said that sometimes we were like a pathologist. You know, when you're a surgeon, you need to do something on the table at speed. You don't know everything, but it needs to be done on the based on the best evidence. A pathologist always knows everything, but often too late. So for us, it's important that we also make actionable advice that is quickly produced. Speed is one of the really big things for me where EFSA needs to also speed up. And now, to look ahead, what are the challenges that we are facing and that we will continue to face? Because, you know, we all here, let's face it, are well matured. Here are the young researchers that are coming in, the young talent, the people that have taken up this job full of excitement. What can they look forward to? Data. Data and more data. It's the lifeblood of risk assessment. It's also an explosion at the moment, and it's very hard to handle. How do we do that? We, and EFSA alone, are responsible for 39 data collections. Food consumption, zoonosis report, pesticide residue report, etc., etc. We need you, all of you, to be digital scientists. Scientists that are not only very good at their work, but are also digital enough to transmit that data, to communicate with data. And that's the future challenge. AI, supporting science, of course. It needs to support science. It cannot replace science. It needs to augment the things we do, augment being the word, and we need competence how to handle it. If it makes us faster, as we in EFSA use it for systematic literature review, then it's good. At the moment, humans still validate. Nobody's replacing anybody, but this is also where the future lies, to make us faster. Applying the right methods, here we need to continue to update, because we do methods and within a very short time they are outdated. It's one of the hardest things to keep risk assessments up to date and to continue doing that with the best talent. And here I come to my last point, joining forces. Where do you think the best talent lies? Also here, across the EU and in Spain. Thank you very much for your continued collaboration. You're such strong partners. You're also leaders. You were there before us. You're a year older. But your strong involvement in the EU is not only making our work better, it's making it more inclusive. And you talked about it, making it also more relevant in your context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Vielen Dank, Dr. Chris. Permítame.
Allow me now to just take 1 minute to thank the President and the Executive Director for the invitation to be here, and I would just like to congratulate you sincerely. In particular, the Executive Director, Dr. López Santa Cruz, who, to be honest, is one of the Executive Directors that we need. She is fully ready to face the challenges that the AESA is going to face. She is able to bring together the knowledge and expertise with that human touch that is so much needed in the administration. Now I turn the floor over to Carmen Ferrer, who is the co-director of the Laboratory of the European Union for Pesticide Waste in Fruit and Vegetables. She's going to speak about the control for prevention.
Buenos días, muchísimas gracias por la presentación.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Minister, President of the AESAN, executive directors and members of the different international organizations, and dear members of the scientific community and the rest of the attendees. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank you for the invitation to be here. For me, it is an honor to be here to celebrate this 25th anniversary of the Spanish Agency for Food Security and Nutrition. In these 25 years of life of the agency, we've seen how it has become a milestone and also a pillar in the field of food safety, and that's why I feel so proud to be here. I wanted to start my presentation by thinking and sharing my thoughts with you. I invite you to think about this morning when you were having breakfast. I don't think that any of us had to think before eating breakfast whether the food products that we were going to take posed a threat to our health. And that peace of mind that we enjoy when we eat is a privilege, and that is a product of this control system that we have established both in Spain and also in the European Union, and that allows us to guarantee food security. Within this food security, it's based on official control, and there are a set of robust pillars that allow us to attain this food safety. We have the surveillance programs of the European Union, the fast notifications, we have the DGs and the audits, and another pillar is the network of official laboratories. the laboratories in the end are the eyes of that official control. It allows us to see that control is being implemented properly. A few years ago, I accompanied a group of auditors in those DG Sante audits, and it was a country outside the European Union. And when we arrived there, we discovered that although the country had a very robust official control system, they didn't have any laboratory that was ready to analyze pesticide residue in food products, or they had some plant protection product guidelines to the ones that could be applied or used or not, but they didn't have a means to control whether they were applied properly, whether they follow the best practices, whether unauthorized products were being used or anything. So an official control system with a network of laboratories is like a table with one leg missing. And the role and the figure of these official laboratories has existed since the 1970s or the beginning of the 1980s. I have found these photographs that is in the 80s, but it was only in 2004 with Regulation 882 when they established a harmonized and hierarchical network of European laboratories made up of official laboratories, national reference laboratories, and the European reference laboratories. In the field of pesticide residues, there are 4 European reference laboratories depending on the food products that you are working with. We have for cereals and feed for animal origin products and so on. And in Spain, in the University of Almeria, we have the reference laboratories for pesticide residue that I have the honor to co-direct. And this network is also made up of the national reference laboratories, and there's normally one in every member state, but in the case of Spain, there are 2. There's the Centro Nacional de Alimentación and the Laboratorio Arbitral Agroalimentario. And then distributed throughout the geography of the European Union, we have official laboratories. The number of laboratories varies a lot. There are member states that only have 1 official laboratory. In the case of Spain, the network is quite an extensive one. We have 30 for pesticide residue control. And this network is organized in the following way. We are connected with each other, and each of the reference laboratories coordinates the national ones, and they in turn coordinate the official ones. And all that to improve the quality, the accuracy, and the quality of the results of official laboratories in the European Union. These are some of the activities that we develop in the European reference laboratories, and the majority of them are related or are addressed at this network of laboratories. We want to improve them. We want to develop and validate methods, because methods are created and developed to be made available to those official laboratories. We also deliver training courses, we organize visits and workshops, but 2 of the most important activities also are addressed at those official laboratories, like, for example, the edition and the publication of the quality control guideline for pesticides in food and feed products, and another one for adequacy trials. These are a very important quality tool, but for European reference laboratories is extremely important because it allows us to check how the official laboratories are doing their analysis. So we prepare an artificial sample, so to speak, of a food product that has some pesticide. And since in Almeria we are surrounded by greenhouses, we take advantage of the geographical location, and we have our own greenhouse. We treat our own food products with pesticides, and we bring them to the laboratory, and we prepare like 150 kilograms of a cream, and in pesticides there are around 250 laboratories between the three layers, and we divide that into different containers, and we send them to the laboratories, and they have to analyze that following their own methods, the methods that they normally use, and they have to send us the results of this artificial sample that we have created for comparison purposes. And we, with the result, we do a statistical assessment, and we assess statistically also the results of every laboratory, and we send them to them. It's like an exam for laboratories. Laboratories can know whether their analyses are being done properly, and also for the reference laboratories and for the European Commission, it can also be helpful because they receive this information and they have information about the reliability of the outcomes provided by laboratories. In this chart, we see the development of those outcomes throughout the years in these adequacy trials. Each bar is 1 year. We started in 1996. We were not a reference laboratory at that point in time. We were only preparing the material, but it was organized. The whole exercise was organized by the Swedish agency, food agency. And here we show up until 2024, and the higher the bar is, the higher the dispersion of laboratory results are going to be. They should all have very similar results because the sample is exactly the same. In analytical chemistry, we always consider that there is an intrinsic error, which can be 25% maximum, which is a horizontal bar. So as you can see, the first few years, the dispersion of results was always higher than 25%. The results were not very similar between the different laboratories. But then as time went by, in 2016, in 2006, they established this network of laboratories, reference laboratories, and we see how those bars decrease. The dispersion of results provided by laboratories decreases. And that is an improvement, a clear improvement, and a development, a progress towards uniformity of results. Of course, we cannot forget to mention that here we've been supported by the development of the technological solutions, and it has allowed to go from analyzing 20 pesticides, and now we are analyzing 211, apart from metabolites. We analyze a huge amount of them, and that's a quantum leap for us. And that has allowed us to reach lower limits of detection and detect smaller concentrations. We used to detect parts per million, which is like a card in the middle of a football field. And now we are working with concentrations of parts per billion, like a sesame seed in that same football field. And then automation. Automation is also a development, but it is still a development for the future. We are still working on this in our laboratories, but this is the photograph I showed you before. 40 years ago, everything was done manually, and the staff in the laboratory had to do every task manually, and nowadays there's a trend towards automation. So even the preparation of the solutions, the extraction of samples is automated so that we can reduce that error levels. All those have been benefits that we have been obtaining thanks to the development, the technological development, but also laboratories have to face many challenges. I was telling you before that this is a huge progress, that in one single analysis the laboratories can detect many different compounds. But it also poses a huge challenge for laboratories because every day there are new compounds that we have to look for. And that may be related to globalization and to climate change to some extent. We might think that how can climate change be related to this? Globalization is quite clear because laboratories do not only have to analyze samples that are coming from their area. Those are samples that can come from remote countries where they are treated with pesticides that we don't even know here. So laboratories have to be up to date, including all the new compounds that are being used. And climate change affects us because there are more pests and there are many more plant protection products, and that has a huge impact also on the role of laboratories. And we not only have to increase the number of compounds, we also have to increase the accuracy, because we have to find even traces, and not only in normal types of vegetables or food products, in other food products that are really coming from remote areas, food products that we don't know, exotic fruits, super food products, spices that we receive and that we don't know and that we have never analyzed. And so we have to do an extra piece of work to be able to encompass these new food products. And in those samples that are coming from foreign countries, the analysis will probably have to be completed in a matter of hours, because if you have a truck at the customs border, you need to speed up your process, otherwise you are going to create a mess. And those are the challenges that we are facing. And in the light of this scenario of globalization, of new challenges, we have even a more important role to play in this European network that allows us to make progress towards food safety. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora Ferrer, por su.
Thank you so much, Carmen Ferrer, for your presentation. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the President and the Director of the agency, and express that I am very excited and very, very happy to be here. And it's a pleasure for me to see how these past 25 years have meant an ongoing progression towards sustainability and food health. And congratulations to all of you for this 25th anniversary, and may the agency continue along this path towards excellence. We will now be hearing from Dr. Klaus Behrend, who is Director of Food Safety, Sustainability and Innovation at the Directorate General of Health and Food Safety in the European Commission, to present his presentation, which is called European Union Regulations in Food Safety, Principles of the Current Framework and Process for Simplification Underway. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, and good morning to everybody. And I apologize that I speak in English, but my Spanish is unfortunately non-existent for such a presentation. And let me first thank Anna in particular and AESAN for the invitation to participate at today's event, which I do with great pleasure. Because of the importance that AESAN has in the network that Nick and Carmen already presented to ensure food safety in the European Union. And I was asked in particular to speak about the legal situation and also the perspective of the risk managers, those who take decisions on food safety with legal effects. And I'll do that with great pleasure. And the foundation of it all is the General Food Law from 2002, which was born out of these crises, these multiple crises that the Minister already referred to in his introductory remarks, that Anna referred to, and also Maria and Ignacio in their panel. That led, and I think it was really an epochal change, the adoption of the General Food Law by the Council and the Parliament, which is still today the foundation of food safety policy across the entire EU and in all the member states. It really took an integrated approach, starting with prevention, but then also giving us all the tools for monitoring and surveillance and for the management of food crises should they occur again. It set out the common definitions that are still valid today for all the basic terms that you need in a legal and a legalistic environment. it set out the general principles, and the most important one that I specifically want to mention is the separation of risk assessment and then decisions, risk management taken by different actors and different institutions. And that, I think, was the real fundamental change compared to the situation before, where often within member states, but also within the Commission at that time, the ones assessing risks and then deciding on the consequences were often the same or as part of the same institution. The General Food Law also specifically refers to the precautionary principle as a foundation, the protection of consumers' interests, and it was mentioned already by Nick and also by others before, it underlined the importance of risk communication. So communicate about what is found and what is decided. Among the many things that the General Food Law sets out is also the requirement for the traceability along the supply chain, so that every actor needs to know for the batches that they produce, to whom they go, from whom they buy their material, so that it's possible to act quickly in case a contamination or a health risk is found. And the other tools that were established in that regard are equally important. The RASFF notifications, I think, were already mentioned, so that it's possible to quickly share information about any incident that any of the laboratories or any of the authorities in the member states find with all the others, so that collective action can be taken, given that the food market and the placing on the market of food is truly a European market today. And we are all very happy that we can buy products from everywhere in our own shops, which is a luxury that has also not existed like that in the past. And then, of course, the General Food Law created the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA, with its mandate, its very clear mandate for independent scientific advice. And it is mirrored in the member states with the creation of agencies like AESAN. And today I would of course say AESAN is then the national sister or the national form of EFSA at European level, or vice versa, however you want to say it. And Nick, I think, mentioned it very nicely in his presentation. It is a joint endeavor, a joint effort, and we are all working together to make food safety and the guarantee of food safety a reality for our citizens. The General Food Law was then complemented by a number of more specific rules and regulations that set out requirements related to food hygiene. And I think Ignacio mentioned in the panel discussion that it also started here in Spain, a lot with emphasis on hygiene. Hygiene in food of animal origin, hygiene for feed, and then the official controls regulation that Carmen referred to. And others. I can't list them all here, and I didn't want to list them all here on the slide. And then we have, of course, a whole set of regulations dealing with particular products and criteria to determine whether products are safe. They are the plant protection products, or pesticides as they are referred to, the nutrition and health claims, and not mentioned here on the slide, but I think equally important, or even more important, is the regulation on the labeling of food, the food information to consumers, because one of the objectives of the General Food Law is also to empower consumers and give them the information they need to make their own choices and hopefully make the right choices when they buy food. We have specific regulations on food additives, on food enzymes, on flavorings, on feed additives, food supplements, fortified foods, food contact materials, very important too, the packaging in which food is supplied to consumers and the materials that consumers come into contact with when they consume food, GMOs, NGTs, where we have a very important decision coming up in the coming weeks, on a new regulation for the use of NGTs in the breeding of plants, and novel foods, to mention them as well. Maybe this is a good moment to take a bit of a stock on what has been achieved then since the adoption of the General Food Law. And I think it's that thanks to the work of EFSA and the national agencies such as AESAN, We have today what is recognized worldwide, one of the strictest regulatory systems for food safety. And it is a lighthouse, if you will, for practically all the rest of the world. Everybody recognizes that if a food is safe in Europe and recognized as safe in the European Union, it is safe everywhere. And practically all third countries recognize that, and many explicitly even refer to our legislation or decisions taken under our legislation when it comes to what kind of imports they accept in their territories. And although industry often complains about the fact that we are so strict and that EFSA and AESAN and others are so strict, it is ultimately the guarantee also for them that their products are successful worldwide. Now, is that now a moment that we could say we have achieved everything, we can rest on our laurels and just continue? And I'm afraid we cannot, because what we see today is more and more attacks on a science-based system that we have from all sides for different reasons. To take one example, in the GMO area, for example, EFSA has conducted assessments for more than 200 products, plant products, for their authorization. And yet, when we come now to the decision-making for us as risk managers together with the member states in the regulatory committee, we have not had one single positive opinion from the risk managers on these authorization decisions. Spain is among those member states who follows the science, and I give this credit to AESAN for probably also informing the ministry in a good and right way. Spain is following the science and supports the Commission's proposals for authorizing these products when EFSA has confirmed that they are safe. But many other member states do not. They either abstain or they vote against for reasons that have nothing to do with science. When we look at the area of pesticides, whenever EFSA finds that a pesticide is not safe and the Commission proposes to not allow it anymore, it gets attacked by companies, either the applicants directly or behind it, but also by others, and also by farmer associations who write to us and say, we absolutely need this pesticide, you cannot ban it. And then we see also more and more in the regulatory committee that member states do not necessarily follow the science. And conversely, for glyphosate, where we had a very clear EFSA opinion in favor, we did not get a qualified majority in the standing committee, because again, some member states for other reasons decided not to support it. Spain was again among those who, with us, follow the science. So base your decision on what science says. And conversely, also the NGO community, for reasons that are, in my opinion, also definitely not necessarily scientific, even though they are presented like that, they criticize any outcome of EFSA's work when it finds that a pesticide is safe. Or for the GMOs, the same. So EFSA is then criticized by that part of our stakeholders for not working properly or for not being independent, even though in other cases it delivers the results that they want. So we see a lot that those who do not like the result of the work, of the scientific work, they criticize it, and either for reasons that are definitely not linked to science, or they use elements of science, and we all know that there is never one uniform, or almost never one uniform body of evidence in relation to a particular topic. So they pick the elements that suit them in order to criticize the outcome that they don't like. And as a last word maybe on this, the novel foods, where we also see that many stakeholders see some of types of novel foods as threats, as existential threats to their economic model, and they also refuse to accept the outcome of the scientific work that EFSA or the national agencies conduct. So clearly there is the need to continue the good work that you are doing and that EFSA is doing, and as already said, to communicate about it. And a very particular example, and Carmen gave us the examples, when we look at the situation for the residues of pesticides in food, the situation is actually extremely good. I mean, 2/3 of the many samples that are analyzed do not contain any traces of residues. Around 35–38% are below the maximum residue levels, and only 1–2% of the samples analyzed are above. And even then, they do not necessarily constitute a health risk. And yet, this positive fact is not communicated that much. When there are stories in the media, it's usually for a few cases where problems were found, or NGOs deliberately run campaigns to say, we found residues of pesticides in your breakfast cereal, and Carmen, you showed an example of the breakfast cereal, but they never mention that the levels of the residues are actually much lower than any issue or any level of concern. So clearly, in the area of risk communication, there's more to do. And it's not getting easier in the era of social media, where there's so much information flooding constantly everybody. Getting the right messages and the correct messages across is definitely not getting easier. Now, very briefly, because I think we are a little bit behind schedule almost, what have we proposed recently in terms of changes? And here, I think it's important to mention the political context. President von der Leyen, for her second mandate as Commission President, has set out a very clear ambition, and that is support competitiveness of the European industry in the light of growing competition from elsewhere. And that includes, in particular, reduction of administrative burden. But, and that is very important, it's often not mentioned, without undermining the policy objectives and without undermining protection of health and the environment. And I'm not going to mention all the details here on the slide. The detailed plans are set out in a specific communication. And the Commission has then further developed what this means for the agricultural and food industries in the vision for agriculture and food that was adopted in February last year. And this is also a response to that criticism from industry that I mentioned earlier, not necessarily because of the outcome of a risk assessment being too negative or too strict, but mostly about the non-respect of timelines. And if we are honest with ourselves, and I don't know exactly how the situation is for AESAN, but for EFSA, if we are honest, we have to recognize that many processes for risk assessment are delayed. They take much longer than they should, and that the law foresees. There are many reasons for that. I'm not going into the details. But we are indeed slow, and that means the attractiveness for the European Union for bringing new products to the market is lower than those in other parts of the world. And we have proposed in two legislative proposals to address that. The first one I want to mention is the Biotech Act number 1, where we have proposed some changes to the General Food Law to indeed boost innovation and make bringing products to the European Union, again, more attractive. And maybe the most fundamental change that we have proposed is to enlarge the possibilities for EFSA for pre-submission advice for applicants that want to submit dossiers. And here, Nick, in his presentation, referred to the transparency regulation from 2019, that did indeed introduce not only rules on improving and increasing transparency around risk assessment, it also introduced provisions related to pre-submission advice, but it limited the pre-submission advice very much to only some general procedural elements. And what we hear from companies, in particular from SMEs, small companies, they need also advice on what studies are necessary and how to compile an application dossier. Today, these are often of bad quality, which leads to the need for EFSA to suspend procedures, and also at national level, procedures are suspended, to ask for more data, stop the clock, and as a result, the deadlines are not respected. So maybe that's the main point that I wanted to mention today, and in the interest of time, I'll skip the other ones, but the presentation can, of course, be shared with everybody for further reading. And then the second proposal that I wanted to mention is the Food and Feed Safety Simplification Package, also adopted in December last year. And that proposes to make targeted changes to a whole range of product-specific regulations that are all listed here. I will not go into all of the details. Anna, you can relax. I'm respecting I try to respect the deadline. But let me mention two examples for pesticides. And on this slide, you see what the Commission estimates what these proposals will bring, or what this proposal will bring in terms of burden reduction. Burden reduction for companies in the order of 400 million euros per year, and for the authorities around 600 million per year. But the two specific examples I wanted to mention are changes to the regulation on plant protection products. The first big theme being supporting biopesticides. We have at the moment a distinction only between chemical substances and between microorganisms that can be used for plant protection. And we have announced in the Vision for Agriculture that we want to create a group that is called biocontrol, which includes more than only the microorganisms, also substances such as pheromones or plant extracts or others that you find in nature. And we have proposed a whole set of measures to accelerate procedures and market access for these more sustainable plant protection products. And in order to do that, we have also proposed something that is very controversial in the public debate, and that is that we change the current system that every approval of every active substance needs to be reviewed after a certain number of years. And I want to specifically mention that the idea for that was born in a conversation that we had with the Spanish colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture, who told us that by now the vast majority of the resources in the member state is occupied by these renewal procedures for already approved active substances, so there is no capacity to look at applications for new active substances and new products. So following this conversation, we propose to change the system to make it more targeted and to select substances for the review of their approvals when there is a reason to do so. This has triggered a lot of reactions. It's a very polarizing topic, and we will have to see how it ends in the discussions in Council and Parliament, because there is quite some resistance to the idea. But people do not understand, those who criticize our proposal do not necessarily understand that the current procedures are all massively delayed. And to give you an idea, we have 200 ongoing renewal procedures for active substances in pesticides out of the 400 that are approved, so almost half. And more than 100 are delayed by more than 5 years, and 10 are delayed by more than 10 years. So at the moment, this system is clearly not sustainable, and our proposal intends to address that. And that's, I think, where I leave it for now, looking at the time, and to avoid that Anna gets too stressed. You have more examples on the other slides. One also related to MRLs, the residue levels, which is a topic that creates a lot of debate, in particular when it comes to imports from third countries. But I'm not going into any detail anymore. Thank you very much for your attention. Here you have the links where you can find further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Thank you so much. It is really interesting what you were telling us. I know we have a lot of expectations with all this new legislation, but sorry, I had to cut you, but we would like to have this break now. Así que vamos a...
And so we're going to stop now for a coffee break. I would like to tell you that the idea was to have that break up until 12:15. So we will be back in the room at 12:15. I know it's difficult to come back to our seats because this is a great time to welcome each other, to say hello, and I would like to say, please, let's try and be back here by 12:15 to give each speaker their allocated time and be able to stick to our program. Before you go outside for coffee, some of you here in the front rows, if you would kindly come up for a photo, your names are there on the chairs, and then we'll...
Volvemos.
Okay, let's resume the session. If you may take a seat, please.
Entonces, a ver, que no se me oiga. Luz, me parece que te van a llamar. Sí, lo único, espera, que tienes que bajar aquí al lado, porque ahora se suben las dos presentadoras y Teresa te llama. Ponte ahí cerquita y te llama y subes en ese mismo sillón. Por favor.
Can we please take a seat? We need to resume the session. Come back. We know, as I said before, that it is a time for exchange and for greeting friends, but after the end of the session, we will be able to continue with the networking.
Empezamos. Vale, de acuerdo.
Okay, so let's move on to the next presentation. We are 5 minutes late, but we need to go on to be able to finish on time. According to our agenda, now I'm going to call to the stage the two following speakers. Teresa Robledo. Teresa Robledo. Teresa Robledo, as you know, it's part of the recent past of the organization. She was an executive director for several years here, and in this last period, she has been an essential part of the AESAN team. And she's very much part of our team, and she's a reference for us, and for me, she's like a mentor or my guiding professional. Since I became aware of what the executive director does, she has always been a reference for me. She is playing now a very important role, and I would like to acknowledge that in public. And then the next speaker is Isabel Peñarrey, who has also been a director of this house. She was my predecessor.
Y que bueno, yo entonces
At that point, I was the director of the CNA, and Isabel was my boss in this previous period. So both of us have been former directors in the other organization, and I turn the floor over to you now. Okay, thank you very much, Anna. I would just like to say that as former executive director of the AESAN and as a public servant at this General Directorate of Nutrition and member of the steering committee, internal steering committee, it is really a source of pride, joy, and happiness to be here today celebrating the 25th anniversary of this agency that is so dear to my heart. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker. I am going to introduce Dr. Luz de Regil, who is the director of the Nutrition the Department for Nutrition and Safety of Food Products at the World Health Organization. She's going to discuss 25 years that have changed the future of the food industry and the nutrition industries. He's going to discuss different topics. Thank you very much. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. When I received this invitation, the topic, of course, led me to embark on a thought process. I had the opportunity to reflect on what has happened in the last 25 years in the world of food products and the food industry. And it is very much in line with what Anna mentioned just a while ago. In these last 25 years, we have seen what I consider as four main changes. The nutrition epidemiology has changed dramatically in the last 25 years. We went from focusing on nutrition actions through the health system, providing supplements or fortified products, to realizing that we need to protect the environments, the whole health and nutrition and food environments. Production of food products has changed dramatically as a consequence of that. We just have to remember or think about the number of ultra-processed food products that are consumed today and that were not present 25 years ago. How the marketing of those products has changed also remarkably. And we now are subject to additional pressures like globalization. The supply chains have become from local to global, and then the COVID pandemic came and we had to become local again, and now we have to look at how our neighbors are producing fruits and vegetables. So there are changes between localization and globalization. Digitalization has also changed dramatically how we access food products. With an app, we can order food, and labels have become digitalized. Urban development has also changed how we access food products. 60% of global population is living in urban areas, and a large part of that percentage is in deserted areas or areas that are subject to the desertification. Also the supply chains are also experiencing some difficulties due to climate change. So there are lots of things that have happened in 25 years. This was an animation. Is it moving? Oh, okay. This is an elaborate chart that was prepared by some colleagues, and this was published in The Lancet a couple of weeks ago. And what you see along that line, in this vertical axis, we see the thinness, and in the horizontal one, we see obesity. And we see how it is changing, how epidemiology is developing. Obesity is growing in every region. In many areas, we have 40% prevalence, and we see that also in infants and school-age children. It can even exceed 40%, but in infant population, it can be around 20 to 30% in many areas. So nutritional epidemiology has changed dramatically, and that's not new, but always seeing this type of chart makes us realize that this is a huge problem. It is happening everywhere. We are not the only ones, and we have to do something, because it continues to develop. And of course, we can also talk about good news. The diseases caused by food communicated diseases have developed quite positively. We are preventing lots of those diseases. We see that 50% of the load of the burden for health, which is attributed to food-borne product, has decreased in the last 20 years, and that's a huge success in terms of public health. We didn't have trend analysis to be able to measure that, but we now have them, and we see that it continues to evolve positively, and there's a progress in the reduction of diarrhea-like diseases, and they continue to be important, and we see the impact of chemicals and toxins which is becoming more apparent. It is not that it didn't exist before. We did have it before, but we couldn't measure it in the way we are measuring it now. So this is good news in terms of the good progress that we are making. But that is not just out of the blue. The commitment of countries that are members of the WHO has been key. On the left, we see the global nutrition goals. They were established in 2012, and they were a turning point in the field of nutrition, reducing the emaciation, anemia, stop obesity, increase breastfeeding to 6 months. Countries committed to those goals, and the first goals were established between 2012 and 2025, and we had some success stories, and one of the success stories is that we achieved that goal of having 50% of the newborns that were breastfed for 6 months. The target was 50%, and we reached 48%, which is always good news. And the member states said we can be more ambitious, let's go for 60%. Also in prevention of infant obesity, we were able to prevent the increase, that it was not higher than 5%, the increase, and we were able to do that. And now we do not only want to stop it, but also to reduce it. So countries are asking for reports every 2 years about how we are developing regarding those goals. And what we do is to provide technical assistance, issue guidelines, establish monitoring systems that can allow us to see and double-check how we are doing. And this has been paramount, because it is not just the agency that I work for and that I represent at the level of the United Nations. In 2015, they established the Decade for Nutrition Actions at the World Assembly of the United Nations. And I want to mention that because nutrition is extremely important for countries. More than 125 countries signed this resolution where we are going to have this decade up until 2030. It is one of the resolutions that has been signed by more countries. And that gives us like a compass that we should follow, and more or less an idea of what we need to continue doing. And it is very much apparent now that it is not just up to health or food safety. There are many areas that need to coordinate with each other in order to reach those goals. We also set goals in the field of, there has been an increase of dietary diseases that are non-communicable, and also the consumption of sodium, prevention of adult obesity and hypertension. And recently, 3 years ago, they approved global goals for food safety and food security. 2 of them perhaps can ring a bell. One was to increase the multi-sectoral collaboration through AESAN, and we said 100% of countries have to have a system for internal communication for detection, prevention, and communication of outbreaks, which is really active. And Maria was the first member of AESAN that supported this effort and this initiative. And the second is that we have to increase surveillance capacity to detect incidents so that all countries are assessed according to the JEM criteria, that they have minimum criteria to detect health risks. And the last one, which is to reduce the food origin diarrhea. Now we are being optimistic. We start to see that we perhaps can reach our goal in that area as well. And this is something that has been requested by many countries. The first countries were in 2012, 2015, and we focused on updating the evidence available regarding the essential nutrition actions. and assess also coverage. We have very little information about coverage, but as we saw this epidemiological change and the countries started to see this shift, because we are just a reflection of what happens in the countries, it became apparent that we needed to issue very precise guidelines regarding what should be done to improve the food production environments. This has been updated in the last 5 to 8 years, and we are promoting this menu for action, and many of those actions are being implemented. Frontal nutritional labeling. We need very clear and understandable information, not just including the figures, but population should know what to do with those. Then regulation of the marketing practices, and that's paramount. We have started with children, and this is perhaps the most difficult battle that countries should fight, because it affects directly their commercial interests. And the countries that have done this, what we see is that they have assessed that the voluntary participation does not work, and after 10 years they are turning it into a mandatory thing. And they are facing regulatory challenges, like defining what population segments, for example, the digital approach is one of the question marks for us, because why parents see something different than their children, and this is fully customized to the interests of minors. And that is key. We need to analyze that, and we see that more and more countries are making the decision to take action in this area. Some are restricted to the school environment, others are addressing the whole population, the whole infant population. And perhaps this is a policy that has been most welcome, that public procurement is effective to make use of those systems of general procurement to make food products more healthier and more sustainable. And it was very nice to see that the schools were not just focusing on the healthy side of products, but they also were implementing sustainability efforts. And that's it is not just being safe and healthy, but it has to be sustainable. Otherwise, there's something missing in that compound. And we are also reformulating the drafting of the indications, and we have for salt, for sugar, and we are about to launch a notification or a communication notice with the parameters that could help regulatory agencies to implement all those policies in a harmonized way. And that will also inform fiscal policies. And normally we think about fiscal policies as taxes, but the main challenge that we have is not just the taxes, but how to use those taxes that we collect in a way that promotes healthy diets. If there is no refocusing or realignment of those policies, of those fiscal policies, so that, for example, we stop incentivizing the production of sugars and to promote, for example, fruits or certain vegetables, if there is no recalibration of taxes and of the fiscal policies, those taxes are not going to help by themselves. And we also have to work on incentives. And this package is based on evidence, and policies are being implemented in different countries. They are scalable because several countries have done it, but it has not been done globally, and they are backed by multiple guidelines and documents and lots of information, and we monitor them in our global database, which has more than 10,000 documents available right now. And of course, it is linked to food safety and security, not only because of what EFSA was saying, that if it is not safe, it is not food. But success, we have realized, does not only depend on the nutrition area, it also depends on the control systems to be able to monitor and enforce the law. If that does not happen, we will simply have a very nice and beautiful piece of legislation, but which is not easy to implement. And that is one of the advantages of this agency. We have risk analysis and monitoring under the same roof, and that's an advantage for us. And then regarding food safety and security, as I was saying, there was a global strategy that was published for food safety. We've worked on different tools, an investment case to improve the surveillance of infections produced by food products and diseases caused by food products, and we are also encouraging countries to assess their control system so that they can implement a continuous improvement effort or initiative. Every country is at a different stage in this initiative, and this tool is going to help countries to see where they are strong, where they are weak, and to commit to different initiatives depending on their strengths and weaknesses. And that's exactly what the World Health Assembly requested from us. And the last action that we have implemented as a response to these epidemiological changes is to establish acceleration plans where countries can receive more intense type of advice. We want to create a community of best practices so that regulatory agencies and authorities have access to a trustworthy network where they can share information. We have for anemia, for emaciation, where this is a public health issue. The replace, that's the one we have to get rid of the trans fatty acids, and also a plan to stop obesity. And all those plans, we report on them, on their progress year on year. For example, the acceleration plan to stop obesity, we started in 2022 with 0 countries, and now we have 35 countries as members, and many others that are joining, and that are implementing 15 different actions to stop obesity and to improve diets. You are going to see that in the case of trans fatty acids, just because you have an initiative and a clear goal, which is to get rid of the trans fatty acids in the supply chain, we have seen a remarkable response since 2018. The Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Petros, said, we are going to achieve this goal, and we went from 11 countries with policies or best practices to get rid of those trans fatty acids to 66 countries in just 6 years. So that's a quantum leap and a very notable achievement. And those acceleration plans have proved to be quite positive. However, the challenge continues to be equity. We see this chart, perhaps it is a little bit complex, but we wanted to show here, this is a recent publication about the risk factors of obesity and how they have developed with time. The countries that have been able to stop obesity, not just not reduce it, but just stop it, are the high-income countries. And that is linked to the regulatory capacity, to the capacity of many of those countries, like, for example, Spain, how they can adopt quickly the different policies. They have citizens that are involved and that demand specific actions in this field. But we see that in other countries, in low-income countries, obesity continues to increase. You can look at the paper. I just wanted to mention it. But perhaps you cannot see, but the left-hand side, lower left-hand side quadrant is those countries where they are being able to stop obesity. This is more apparent in this chart with the trans fatty acids. You see a remarkable increase in the countries that have implemented those policies to get rid of trans fatty acids from the supply chain. 41 of them are high income, 16 medium income, and 9 lower middle income, and 0 low income. This is a chart that makes it very clear that if we want to make progress globally, we not only have to collaborate and cooperate among different countries. Those countries that have a greater muscle or strength in the adoption of those policies, they need to share best practices with other countries with lower income and with less resources. And that's what we want to achieve with these acceleration plans. And we see that with other countries and in other areas, frontal labeling, and some of the fiscal policies are also more developed in the countries with higher income and with higher consumption levels. And that's how you stop obesity. And then what we see is that the supply, the food product supply, this is not new, but at least this is a report that we have published together with the FAO, where we show that ultra-processed food products that are considered ultra-processed because there's no clear definition, but they are consistently cheaper than fresh produce. And this is in every region. And we are collecting more and more information that really confirms our hypothesis. And this is really a source of concern, because if we don't take into account the pricing policies in order to provide affordable products, we cannot just restrict, and that's why fiscal policies are very relevant. We need to make fresh products more readily available and more accessible, and of course, make them safe, of course. And then sustainability. This is a current and future challenge, but I have thought of it as a lost opportunity. We are focusing too much, perhaps, on food safety, and we are missing this pillar, sustainability, for many different reasons, because everything is intertwined, because access to funding is also higher in those other areas, and because, as was said before, we are talking about one health, health of people, of animals, and of the planet as a whole. Throughout this year, we have advanced the concept of not only one health, which is already well known in the veterinary world and in many other health areas, but also it has to do with communicable and non-communicable diseases. And the ultra-processed food product industry is a marker of the development in this area. We had a One Health conference at the beginning of this year in March, and we started with a seminar inviting people to talk about this topic, processed food, highly processed food products, not only a concern for health purposes. They reduce diversity and the diversity of grains. But we think that there's a lot of diversity. But if we start thinking, if we think about the cereals that we take for breakfast, we go to the supermarket, we see 10 brands, and we don't realize that it is exactly the same type of grain that is really presented in 10 different ways, under 10 different disguises. But that's what makes that type of grain, which is highly efficient, reduce diversity. And it has a huge impact on the diversity of the food industry. The use of pesticides, of course, is also a controversial area. And in the field of animal feeds, they are also a great contributor to diet, and they are used for the production of ultra-processed foods. And that also creates zoonotic diseases and outbreaks that are really very important. I'm explaining to you things that you know because you are working on a day-to-day about this, with this. But in March, President Macron issued a statement or a resolution where France and other countries are leading an effort. They said that ultra-processed foods should be defined more clearly, and they had to be approach from the point of view of One Health, because otherwise we will be missing a part. And we have a snowball that is growing and growing, and more countries are getting involved in the regulation. They are starting to understand that we need to adopt very clear parameters based on evidence that we are just about to produce. And they are starting to take the decision to protect their populations and the health of their population, and they are fighting the battles that are necessary. And again, I go back to the beginning. This is not just a question of human health. It has to do with that with many other areas of that One Health concept. And so those are the things that are coming in the future, the main changes that we are seeing in the horizon. And the present has to be much clearer in the regulatory area. We have to focus more on making healthy products more accessible and affordable for the population. And what we see is that when those policies are implemented, the first to benefit are children. They are born in healthier environments, and that's exactly what we want to achieve. Thank you very much. And I would like to close by saying that in October, I spoke to you about the acceleration plan to prevent obesity at a worldwide level. Spain has become a leader in this area, and in October, we are going to host a summit with all those countries where there's going to be an analysis of the development, how we are doing in all those areas to prevent obesity, what best practices we can share and what commitments should be accelerated. We will be here on the 27th of October sharing what we have learned along the way. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la doctora.
Thank you so much, Dr. de Regil, for your presentation. And although I know, and I will say this, I would like to take this opportunity with her permission to thank you for this approach towards nutrition and the support that the World Health Organization has always given to countries who wish to work like this for sustainable and healthy food in a planet that is complaining. It is May and it is unbearably hot already. The planet is crying. And after this presentation from the European Commission, we hope that this will be the approach on behalf of the EFSA when it broadens its ambition towards nutrition. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I'm now going to give the floor to Dr. Asunción Bastida, the chairwoman of the Spanish Confederation of Consumer and Users Cooperatives, ISPACOOP, with whom we work very closely to represent consumers and ensure that they are informed and responsible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Buenos días y muchísimas.
Good morning, one and all, and thank you very much. Thank you firstly to AESAN, to this agency, for having shed a little light on the consumers and having shone the spotlight on them during this event. It is an honor for us. It's an honor for all of the consumer associations I represent today, particularly the one that I'm a part of, which is ISPACOOP. I'm going to be very brief, but over the next few minutes, I really just want to do exactly this, shine the spotlight on the role that consumers play in this whole food ecosystem. Many of the concepts and ideas that I'm going to be sharing with you have already been mentioned, and we might just be able to explore them a little more in depth. We have 25 years of success behind us. This has already been amply mentioned. Since the beginning of AESAN, when the context was all focused on food safety because we were looking at a context of risk, today our environment is different. We're talking about health, about sustainability, about quality of life. And this success has been amply proven. We, the consumer organizations, would like to congratulate ourselves in part for this because we feel slightly responsible for that success. Food safety would not exist if there were not a channel of information towards consumers and if there were no trust in that information channel. And that's where we, the consumer organizations, believe that we have a very relevant role to play. The Council of Consumers and Users has been a consultatory board for AESAN for many times. There's a lot of us, CECU, FUCI, OCU, ISPACOOP. It's us, all of us, who together give the consumers a voice. We convey their problems, their needs. And we're also in touch with the day-to-day life of the families by training them, by informing them, by raising awareness, by translating, and by reassuring them, which is all so important when we're talking about food safety. How does that trust take shape? And of course, we have managed to make it take shape. Well, it is based on collaboration, speed, and transparency of information. The major food crises have shown us that accurate information at the right time, at the right moment, in the right place can avoid big problems, and failing to provide it can create great problems. And it's clear that we have sound organizations, we have reliable control systems, we have rapid alerts inside and outside Spanish borders, and we have a channel that works perfectly well along all the links in the chain, and it is very well connected. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone, from approval to the very last end consumer, including administrations, the scientific community, industry, distribution. That channel today works. It is a success, and that is what allows us to build trust in the system. But we have difficulties too. Today, what we have is an excessive abundance of information. A lot of information does not mean being well informed. We know that fine well, and at the moment we are being bombarded with information. Labeling, pamphlets, seals and guarantees, the media, the experts, the influencers, articles, press. It's just excessive information. And so right now, the biggest challenge for consumers is to set apart reliable information from unreliable information, which is why it's so important to know which sources we can trust, because that has an impact on the decisions that are made as a consumer and as a food system.
Hoy por hoy sigue siendo el principal canal de información.
Labeling is currently the major channel of information. Food labeling, we already heard this on behalf of the World Health Organization, needs to be clear, reliable. It needs to be quickly visible to allow us to make quick comparisons, simple comparisons, so that we can choose what we want. In the studies that we're always carrying out in contact with the consumers, they tell us that this is something that we're not quite succeeding in doing, that the consumers are unsure what the labels mean, what the seals mean, what the ingredients are, what the allergens mean. And this is a field we've been working on for many, many years, and with campaigns, with information, and we will continue to do this in the years to come.
Otra de las cosas, otra de las ideas.
Another of the ideas that comes to us when we talk about today's consumers is that today consumers know perfectly well what it means to consume responsibly. And when we ask them, consumers know that responsible consumption responds to two major principles, which are health and sustainability. Consumers know that the Mediterranean diet involves the consumption of fruit, vegetables, pulses, and that it is a source of good health. And they are fully aware that seasonal products are good for our health and also good for the environment, good for the planet, good for society. And that avoiding waste, which starts in each individual household, and avoiding excessive consumption is good for everyone. Consumers are aware, consumers understand this, and I'm basing what I'm saying on the studies that we conduct. And why am I saying this? Well, what is bought at the supermarkets is not always the most sustainable or the healthiest product. And I'm going to pick up the baton thrown by the World Health Organization. And because a healthy product is not always the most accessible product. We've seen that clearly on the charts that back what I'm saying. But it's what the consumers tell us. And we can see that based on what goes through the till in a supermarket. Sustainable products are costly. In the past 3 years, with an increase in the shopping cart prices, and we're talking an increase of about 30%, this is more relevant than ever. And this can be overcome. It can be solved through collaboration between everyone, all along the value chain, from the consumer themselves, that we're all consumers, everyone in this room. When we consume, we should do so responsibly. But it also includes the administrations by promoting policies that encourage access to those products, policies that use technologies, that harness technologies to make more sustainable production. Industry, it includes distributors, it includes everyone working in collaboration with one same goal in mind, which is to make healthier products and sustainable products more accessible. And I also wanted to very briefly mention an audience who has already been mentioned as well. And I'm talking children. today's consumers and the consumers of the future. They need to be our target, our goal. Children are faced with a huge problem, which is obesity, and they are completely overexposed to excessive communication, which inebriates us and confuses us. It should be our priority, because what we decide today in the audience, in the children of today, will have an impact on the adults of the future, because they will be the ones upholding this food system in the future. And so programs such as the NAOS, awareness-raising campaigns, fostering healthy habits, these are things we should continue to do and that we should insist more and more on, particularly, as I was saying, targeting these early ages. I'm going to wrap up, but I just wanted to highlight these two ideas, which are that consumers are the driver of change. Consumers need to be aware that they are capable of having a positive impact on the entire value chain. Consumers are capable of influencing in product reformulations, in product formats, packaging, in more sustainable production. They have the power. We, all consumers, have the power, and that's something that I want to make very clear today. And another idea I'd like you to take away with you is the significance of accurate, true, reliable information. Clear, accessible, and true information. And I think if we build upon these two pillars, we will succeed in shaping food safety. If we add to this a wonderful collaboration between all of the links in the chain, it will be a true success. And I'm talking scientific society, agri-food industry, consumers associations, and consumers themselves. If we all work together, guided by the same goal and the same priority, we will achieve a safer, more sustainable, and healthier food system. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Asunción, the voice of the consumers, for being here and for those words. Thanks to the moderators. And now we are going to introduce another two moderators, two special people that are going to accompany us to introduce the next speakers. And I'm going to call to the stage Marta García, first of all. Marta was the director. Marta García, we didn't meet here at the agency because when I went to agriculture, she was coming here, so we crossed our ways. But then when I came here, she went back to agriculture, so that we have not been working together at any point in time, but I've heard a lot about you, so it's a pleasure to have you with us. And I'm also going to call Ana Riba, Dr. Ana Riba, who is currently, a big hand for her. She is currently the president of the AESAN Scientific Committee. And she's a person that is very involved, very proactive. She's an excellent leader for the scientific committee. We have the Vice President, Antonio Valero, on behalf of the whole scientific committee. There are former presidents and vice presidents of the committee. And with Anna, it's always a pleasure. And we have already discussed how important it is to have that pillar of science. She is coming to the end of her term. It's a pity, but I turn the floor over to you to introduce the speakers. Thank you very much, Anna. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this event. And then I would also like to congratulate the agency for the format that you have chosen for this day. of inviting some former members and some former members of this family. Really, we left, but we left also part of our heart here in this organization. And I also would like to wish you at least another 25 years of success and of rigorous work. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce the next speaker, who is Mauricio García de Quevedo, who is the Director General of the Spanish Federation of Food and Beverage Industries, to talk about the food industry from the fork to from the farm to the fork. You have the floor, Mauricio. Thank you very much. I would like to start this presentation, of course, by thanking you for the invitation and also congratulating you on your 25th anniversary. And I would also like to convey to you our appreciation for the role that you play for the Spanish society. It is invaluable. And I'm going to speed up because we have very little time. I just want to talk about the FIAB and also the collaboration structure that we have with the AESAN, and the third is an effort in this world of nutrition and health. You are making a huge federation, and our federation is also making a huge effort to fight against fake news and disinformation. And also to share with you a reflection. If we have technical and scientific staff, we are thinking about where nutrition is heading towards in the future with this AI and with the technological developments. And I also would like to mention that I feel very proud of Spain, because we have challenges, but we are solving them in a very nice way, and we are in a very favorable position vis-a-vis the rest of the world. As I was saying, FIAB represents the interests of the industry, of food and beverage industry. It collaborates with society and the administration to create the framework to have progress and development, and we also provide services to companies in internationalization and innovation areas, mainly for SMEs. We encompass everything that is eaten or drunk, 100% of the organizations. And there are two anecdotes. We also include pet food and also animal feed, and they are also under our umbrella. We are the first industrial sector in the country with a production of around 140 billion. We are bigger than the automotive sector, any other industrial sector that you may think of. We are a great employer. We are employing 500,000 people directly, 40% female, 80% permanent employments. We are 95% of our companies are SMEs, and we are an exporting superpower. We have a surplus of 45 billion euros. We are the 7th exporter in the world. And remember the size that we have as a country and the population that we have. And that's a milestone for us. Something that is not well known is that our plants, our factories, are in 70.7% of what we call the emptied Spain. To fight against depopulation, we are essential, and we are a liaison or a link between the rural areas and the urban areas. When you open a factory in a rural area, there are three things you have to do. First, pay taxes. Two, generate jobs and generate wealth. Three, so that forces to have employees, families, health centers, communications, infrastructure, families and schools, and so on. So we play an essential role with our production plants in the rural environment. From FIAB, we focus on work to create a common path of development with an alliance. We think that a PPP type of structure, public partnerships, is the essential element, and that public-private collaborations can contribute an added value to society. And that's why we are in favor and we are fully committed to the NOWS strategy that, as you all know, talks about health protection and promotion of healthy habits. And we share the goals of the NOWS strategy. And together with the AESAN, we are working on several initiatives that I'm going to discuss. Two in particular. One was the plan for improvement of the ingredients of food and beverage products, and then the PAOs for advertising. As regards the reformulation or the reformulation of ingredients of food and beverage, affected more than 127 companies, more than 300 companies with 180 measures to improve the nutrient content of food products. The plan was a success and it achieved 99% of the goals were fulfilled. Of the goals that were set with quantitative reductions, it was audited and controlled, and we reached the goal of reducing by 10% the content of sugar. And there were significant reductions of fat and salt. This plan was created in 2020. Apart from that, this plan was also mentioned by the World Health Organization as a good role model and a great initiative of public-private partnership, and really the path forward for collaboration between administration and industry. And then the PAOS code. The PAOS code is created in 2005 to set a co-regulation code for advertising of food products, and it sets a set of rules that guide companies in the development, execution, and dissemination of their advertising for minors. That was reinforced in 2009, and then in 2012, together with FIAB, there was self-control for the HoReCa sector. And that update involved several improvements, like the application of criteria up until 20 years of age, and the extension of advertising through the internet for minors and 12. And that has objectively improved the quality of the advertising for food products and beverages that are addressed at minors. From the NOWS strategy, FIAB participates and is a member of the jury in the assessment of the NOWS awards, and we take part in the meetings of the observatory. Another essential role that we play, together with the AESAN, is food safety. Regarding the barometer of the EFSA of food safety, the amount of citizens that state that they know about our system, it has increased to 72%. 7 out of 10 Europeans consider the nutrition when they make a decision for food products. And people agree, 28% agree with the amount of the safety of the chemicals that are used. 9 out of 10 citizens consider the GPs as and specialized doctors as reliable sources, and also the channels of information that they use is TV in 55% of the cases, the near environment 42%, internet in 38% of the cases, and social media by 25%. The general concerns of consumers are related to chemicals, chemical pollutants, additives, and pesticides, and the reduction of risk. In order to reduce risk, 78% of people would be ready to change their habits. The conclusion that we draw is that the challenge for us is very clear in Europe, even better in Spain, but we need to improve communication. It has to be very clear and straightforward and accessible without ignoring the impact of the economic context of every decision.
Es que toco esto, pero al apoyarme...
Sorry, I apologize because I'm playing around with the computer. FIAB participated in the creation of the agency in 2022 and in the management board, and we would like to highlight how important it is and how important the role is that they have played in the definition of policies. FIAB has collaborated with the AESAN for these last 25 years, being part of the different bodies, and we will always be available to the AESAN to collaborate with them in whatever they request. And regarding food safety, and I'm going to close the part related to our relationship with AESAN. FIAB has been the contact point of the National Alert Network in an uninterrupted way since its creation in 1987, collaborating with companies, with competent authorities, and with other interlocutors and stakeholders. This is an alert network which is fundamental to preserve the safety or security of citizens. And the third aspect I wanted to deal with is communication and the debunking of fake news. FIAB was somehow frustrated with the noise in the media regarding food and beverages and consumption and so on. We decided to take a step forward, and we launched a movement that we call We Are Nutri-Sensible. We promote the evidence-based approach to nutrition. We have carried out interviews with endocrinologists, food technologists, sports people, athletes, chefs, and so on, that allow us to share content, quality content that allow to clarify the areas that are perhaps a little bit difficult to understand for citizens. And we also promote a healthy lifestyle and good sleeping habits and so on. In order to promote this movement of We Are Nutri-Sensible, we have launched a campaign which is Let's Put Things on the Table. And that campaign tries to alert in the social media that they can go to a place where there's scientific information about nutrition, health, and food products, with messages such as cooking fake news is not up to chefs. There's a lot written about scientific evidence, and so on and so forth. And promoting fake news can damage your health, or a stressful diet is not healthy. And we just want to awaken the curiosity of our readers. Where are we heading towards? I'm in the fourth part of my presentation. We are confident that the development of AI, genetics, and processing is going to lead us to a triangle which is healthy, sustainable, and customized. As Dr. Ordovás says, there is no consensus among experts about the healthy diet. The response of different people to the same diet can be different, and there is a high variability of response to the food that we take. For every individual, the healthy diet is going to be different. That's the conclusion. And not everything is genetics in nutrition. We are aware that genetics has to be supplemented with the behavior, with the context, the social environment, biomarkers, metabolism, microbiome, and so on and so forth. All that information is going to give us the necessary information to really customize your diet. Of course, we cannot customize diet personally to every person, but at least we can really make recommendations to choose the best moment to consume, to change other habits. All that information will provide us with a very clear and robust orientation to try to achieve the best possible nutrition for every person. And in the meantime, we are very much in favor of the philosophy of Dr. Francisco Grande Cobian, which is the father of nutrition in Spain. He said that it is the ideal approach is to eat all sorts of things, but always in a small dish, and share our lifestyle. In Spain, I think that we have a very good diet, and that's what we have to share. And I would like to conclude by saying, I'm just on time, with two questions. Why are we a unique country? Because we are a country, we are the healthiest country in the world. Our wealth, our heritage, our lifestyle, our diet make us the healthiest country in the world. And as the Ministry of Culture says that we are the wealthiest country in the world. Our appellations of origin, everything regarding food and beverage make us the healthiest country in the world. And it's not me saying it, it's Bloomberg. Bloomberg says from 2019 to 2024, it places us as the main healthiest country in the world, or the best country to live in. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, don Mauricio García.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mauricio García Queveda. He left a little optimism in the atmosphere here. And before I give the floor to our next speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, because it is an honor. I feel privileged to be here at such a significant time for AESAN, because my presence here represents the presence of all my peers on the committee, and it's an example of how AESAN, through its director, Anna at the helm, supports our scientific committee. And I could not be up here without taking the opportunity to say thank you. On behalf of San Vicente Calderón and the entire team, without you this wouldn't be possible, so thank you on behalf of the entire committee. Yes, please, a round of applause.
Ya. Las palmas son para...
These applause are, of course, for them. And now the floor is for Beatriz Robles, who is a scientific communicator specializing in food safety, who is going to be talking to us about communication and how necessary it is as a tool. Welcome.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you, Marta. I am first going to confess something and then thank you for something. What I confess is that I am impressed to be here, because I see so many faces that I have followed for a long time, faces that were a part of my training when I was at the veterinary faculty in León studying food safety, and the papers that I read and studied mentioned these people, and I'm seeing them in this room today. So it's truly impressive to be here with AESAN, which was a true totem for us. And I really am so moved to be here. And then I would like to say thank you to AESAN for bringing me here, and for including communication on the agenda, and for having it in as one of their pillars in recent years. And thank you for turning to scientific communicators to convey your message. It's something that we greatly appreciate, so I'd like to say thank you for that. And without further ado, I'm going to dive into my presentation with one idea in mind. The idea is, let's picture a person who wants to find a healthy breakfast, and they go to Instagram, and then 2 minutes later they are absolutely convinced that they need to wash their fruits and nuts, that oats are toxic, and that they have to eat everything healthy, everything needs to be natural, whatever natural means. No one has taught that person how to construe, how to interpret the information, but they have shown them a lot of the things they should be scared of. Now let's keep something very clearly in our minds. There isn't an information void. When we fail to communicate, somebody else is communicate. Institutions are not competing with silence. They are competing with the noise, with all this input that we get from all over the place, from the media, from the headlines, from influencers, more media. Watch out for microwaves. Yeah, we all know that microwaves are extremely dangerous. Bananas are inflammatory. Pulses are the very worst thing you can eat in an evolutionary food, because they didn't used to eat them in prehistoric times, and that clearly means that they're bad for us. Let's not eat nuts every day, even though AESAN, in their recommendations for healthy and sustainable food, includes nuts, and rightly so, as a healthy food. So this is all the noise that we're dealing with every day. Here it says, every day let's eat 1 or 2 kilos of red meat. Now this is what happens when we leave an information space, when it is not taken up by the institutions. We're competing with all of this, with brands, with the influencers, with all the different interests that they have. And each of these inputs we see get a lot of attention, because, of course, they're competing for that attention. Whatever attention they receive, even if it were a comment underneath that says, all this is a lie, it doesn't matter. The algorithm is already working. It's boosting our engagement with this type of content, and that's why these inputs get so many viewings. So what's going on? Who's leading the conversation? Who's establishing the agenda? Well, often it's the media, the social media, and they tell us what to talk about and what to think. If we, the institutions and science, fail to put that communication on the table, then it doesn't seem like a priority. It doesn't seem to exist. So as professionals, we mustn't take for granted that there are topics that everybody knows about, because that's a fallacy that's untrue. The fallacy of knowledge. We assume that because we know it, everybody else knows it, and that is not the case. We need to insist time and time again on topics, however simple or however obvious we feel they are, and we need to present them in different ways, different formats, adapting to the new media and to new goals. Because what happens? Well, many of the times our communication is reactive. We see something in the news, we see some fake news, and we react to that, or we try to. We debunk it, we provide hundreds of data to prove that it's wrong, but it doesn't matter. By then it's too late. By the time we get there, however much we try to send out a message, it's not setting the agenda, it's not anticipating the narratives that have been created as a result, and it's not taking up that information space. And the idea is already there. The idea that the fake news was putting across is there, the controversy is there, the crisis is there. So reacting is a problem because we are defensive, it's disconnected, we're not reaching the audience we need to reach, it's slow, and it puts the focus where it shouldn't be. Yes, it can help to moderate, to modulate, and to debunk to a certain degree and to mitigate damage, but it is not us defining what should be said. And that's what happens when the framework is already defined. If other people are defining the framework, the first person to communicate defines the framework. If we come as a response to that, we are playing according to the rules that somebody else has set. We're playing in somebody else's field. And what happens when those frameworks are defined? They've already established the language to be used, the feelings, the emotions. They've already defined the problem. And for most people, they won't be aware that these frameworks are being established. They won't see them rationally, but they will perceive them. If you were to ask anyone, what does natural mean? And I said the word natural earlier. I think we could all more or less describe it as a term that refers to purity, safety, authenticity, health, even if we don't know exactly what it means. And that's what happens when a framework is defined. And the facts don't change the framework. However many facts we throw out there, however much data we provide to debunk something, the framework has already been defined by somebody else, and it's going to be difficult to reshape that. And there are food labels that are an informative framework in themselves. If you see something like this, we have chickpeas with vegetables and without EDTA additives. The fact that we're writing no EDTA additives means look out for all the others that don't have this message on. What's happening to all the other pulses? What's the issue with this additive? Oh my goodness, I don't know what it's for. I don't know what products it's in. I don't know if it's been assessed by any scientific authorities. I don't know who puts it into the food. But what I do know is that I'm now going to start looking for free of EDTA additives. Or I'm going to turn it round. And as soon as I read the word EDTA, I'm going to rule out that product. Because if they're telling me that not having this additive is a good thing, there must be a reason for that. So this is a conceptual framework. And this is just one example, but there are so many more. I have nothing against this brand, okay? But I do have something against this form of communication. I have a lot to say about that. And there are other examples. Here we have the message, antibiotic-free. It's a selected breed, according to what it says on the label, and it has been bred without antibiotics during the fattening stage. This message says that if the other brands are not saying that on their labels, then surely they have used antibiotics. That must mean that all the other animals, all the other brands have used antibiotics, because no one's going to go out there and look for the regulations. And what a consumer sees when they read this label is everything that doesn't say it's antibiotic-free must be using antibiotics.
Como les digo, romper.
As I was saying, breaking down these frameworks is difficult. We need to act, and we need to define our own frameworks. Communication needs to be strategic. It needs to be not excessively abundant, okay? It's not a case of communicating too much. That's not necessarily going to guarantee a good result, because it doesn't mean more trust or more accessibility. And I can give you an example. What do you think will get further? A PDF with a lengthy and thorough scientific study, even if it has an accessible language, even if it's relatively easy to understand, and we post that on our website, or a 15-second TikTok video that sends out a message? Well, it's clear where the balance lies. That's why I'm talking about strategic communication. And a correct message may fail if it is not suited to the audience. If we don't think who our target audience is, the message may fail because it might not connect, it might not resonate. It might involve complex issues that don't actually respond to the issues that that audience care about at that particular time. And they're competing with very emotionally driven narratives. Where are we communicating? Are we out there where our target audience need to be? Are we reaching the consumer? Are we out there where they are? Well, now we know that institutional communication, because we're here in AESAN, is competing with very brief, very emotional messages that have been worked on for a very long time by communication professionals who have spent years communicating about belonging, about a sense of identity, about emotions, with a very thorough and very complex narrative. And I can give you another example. I think no one in this room, or probably if we were to stop someone along the street at random, no one is free from having heard the idea that you need at least 5 a day, 5 fruits and vegetables a day. And we insist on that. Is that message more effective? Which one is deeper? Which one is going to really make a consumer change their habits? Is it that message, the 5 a day, or the 3 inflammatory foods? I can assure you that the 3 inflammatory foods message, or whatever other example you might want to give, they're going to find those 3 foods and they're going to avoid those 3 foods because, hey, it's easy to stop eating oats, gluten, and bananas because they're super inflammatory. And that has an impact on the consumer. We need to communicate differently. We need to find another way. That doesn't mean that institutions are not communicating well and are not taking things seriously. In fact, this is something that I am very aware AESAN has been working on thoroughly in the past few years, and there are campaigns like this one, the Safe to Eat campaign by the EFSA in collaboration with AESAN, that are doing this. They're doing these formats, targeting a different audience and taking up this communication space so things can be done right. And then a last idea I'd like to share is, what do we do with uncertainty? Now, I think this concerns many of us, at least as communicators and disseminators and the scientific community. What do we do when we don't have all the answers? And there's a good example of this, which was the pandemic. What happens when we can't give an absolutely certain message? Well, we continue to communicate. Because human beings in general, what we don't tolerate very well at all is uncertainty. That's for sure. So simply knowing that AESAN, the ministry, or any other scientific institution is working on something, that they don't have all the answers, but that they are supporting something with scientific evidence, that knowledge is important. We can say that there is uncertainty, but say what we are certain about within that uncertainty. And then lastly, there's a message I'd like you to take away with you, which is that communication from the institutions doesn't mean disseminating information. It means disputing the narrative. Thank you, and congratulations, AESAN.
Muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. very positive messages and a lot of work. In the field of communication, I think that we still have a long way to go, and most of you have addressed this topic. Communication is an issue, and we need to address it as soon as possible. We are going to close the agenda. We promise that by 2 we will be done. We are going to shorten this roundtable about collaboration with the administrations or among administrations. I'm going to call to the stage the moderator, who's going to be the president of AESAN, Andrés Barragán.
Aquí no te doy abrazo, vale, María Ángeles Nuín.
María Ángeles Nuín, who is the Director General of the Navarra Public Institute of Public Health, Pedro Gullón, Director General of Public Health and Equity in Health of the Ministry of Health, and Emilio García, Director General of Health of Agri-Food Products at the Ministry of Food and Fishing.
Bueno, pues, muchas gracias a todas.
Thank you very much to all of you, to the previous speakers. One of the roundtables that we thought it could be important to hold in this day is a conversation with all the stakeholders, all the different players with which the AESAN has some interaction to deal with all the pillars that we work on for all the organization, all the industry, the consumers, the international organizations, the European institutions, but it is also crucial to address the collaboration with the different ministries of the general administration of the state and also with the autonomous regions. And it was relevant to have them today. And that's why we have representatives of the 3 ministries with which we have an interaction, and also the autonomous regions with the representative of the Navarra government. And as Anna was saying, we are short of time, so we are going to go directly to the questions. And I think that today is a day that we should see as an opportunity to continue improving that coordination, to be more agile every day, to have a better flow of information, to have actions that are unified and integrated, and also to help to dispute the narrative and to really continue thinking about how we can improve our nutrition and food system. So, Natalia, thank you for representing the autonomous regions, the national body that represents the autonomous regions, which have a very important role to play in the implementation of every policy. So I want to ask you, in practice, what does it mean, that institutional coordination, that cooperation that you have with AESAN, and how can it be improved? What's your take on that from the territorial administration? Well, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. For me, as a representative of the public health institutions of the different autonomous regions, I think one of the main values of AESAN, or one of the main roles, is that of coordination of actions in health and food actions, and also to be able to apply all the state and European regulations in a similar way in every autonomous region. I want to highlight 4 areas where there's coordination. One is food safety, food security, then also the technical and scientific support area, then the nutrition side of things, and more recently the laboratory governance, and also the governance itself that also promotes participation. Regarding the first one, the food safety and security, there are 2 components that are paramount. One is the alert network, still, that is part of our day-to-day. From AESAN, they coordinate the IT RAPS application, and that gets to the autonomous regions. We receive at the autonomous regions every warning. We also have our systems on call or on duty, and we have our own structure, and it's important that all notices, all alarms or alerts go through AESAN. The AESAN validates, and that allows them to apply uniform and homogeneous criteria to assess those warnings. And then we have the official control plan for the food chain, where AESA plays a very important role in terms of coordination, and we are now working on this and the new plan for 2026 to 2030. It is important to create the 17 programs to develop them, review them, and that is the main pillar of official control. And the principles that have to be followed by every authority that has competence in this field. It is also important that the final outcome of the application of that plan is an annual report that has to be submitted to Europe, and that AESAN collects data, processes them, and drafts the report and submits it to Europe. And another thing that they highlighted this morning is that we are working in collaboration with the autonomous regions in the digitalization system and the management of data obtained from official controls. So the whole development in both the incorporation of data and also their use and exploitation and their application or their use for the decision making and processing them with more up-to-date tools is also going to be very helpful. On the other hand, we have the scientific and technical support. We've seen Ana Rivas, the chairperson of the scientific committee. That for us is extremely valuable. We can carry out studies that would be very difficult to do at the regional level. Another important aspect that we highlight here is the harmonization, criteria harmonization. On the one hand, the communication of legislative amendments, and also how to interpret that legislation sometimes, as is happening right now with the Royal Decree 562 of the year 2025. We've created a specific working group to really create an official interpretation, because regions were asking about the interpretation regarding sampling and so on. And then coordination of the implementation of different plans at national levels. That allows the whole country to carry out studies which are coordinated in a way that would be almost impossible for autonomous regions. And the outcome is a report that creates scientific evidence for future use. It would be great to have the economic capacity to be able to draft those reports ourselves, but that will be something for the future. And then last but not least, the continuous training plan that is being implemented in the last 2 years. It is gaining traction. It is becoming better every year, and the professionals in the field attend those training sessions, and they are very happy and very satisfied with the content, and also with the capacity to be learning and to keep learning and to keep improving and developing, because it also creates a venue to exchange or a forum to discuss topics. And I would also like to talk about the webpage of the AESAN. We've just heard the communication or a paper or a presentation about communication, and it was excellent, and that's an area that is gaining relevance. And from our point of view, that sometimes it's perhaps too scientific, we don't give it the right relevance and the right importance. And this morning we've heard that creating evidence and not communicating it is useless. Beyond our own environment that already knows about it. So thanks to the AESAN webpage, because it allows us to feed our own pages. And then the strategy for nutrition and health, it has also been discussed throughout the morning. That network supports us with methodological tools and with specific programs that we are developing with school dining rooms and so on, and the health also, and last but not least, the public health laboratories. For us, it is very important to create a permanent commission on laboratories as a space, as a venue for collaboration, for the exchange and sharing of knowledge, expertise, and analysis, and also the creation of that mixed working group. And I would like to emphasize here how relevant that commission could be for a sustainable management of laboratories. Laboratory resources to allow for the preservation and the attainment of accreditations to really bring forward official control. We see it in our own institution as a whole. The official control laboratories are medium-sized laboratories, and the whole process of maintenance of the accreditation and increasing the accreditation is very complex and very costly. And so we should perhaps devise more scalable models, taking the example of the Northern Group, for example, because they need to be more sustainable. And I would like to highlight governance. Apart from the institutional committee, the permanent commissions, and the technical working groups, and as improvements in the area of coordination, there are always, in this sense, in the autonomous regions, you find specific questions that are not addressed by one single institution or single agent. What is common is to find the things that are addressed by different institutions, and there's some sort of fragmentation. And just to conclude, two more elements, which is we've spoken about food safety, or safe or healthy, sustainable, and the minister said also accessible food consumption. And that brings us to the need to work in multidisciplinary teams. A single segment, a single specialty or layer cannot really address everything. And now we work with the schools and promotion of health and nutrition, all those areas, inspection, safety and security. There are too many areas to cover, to be covered by one single institution. And then public health. We are talking about the public health surveillance network, and we are also talking about communicable and non-communicable diseases, environmental health, labor health, and everything is linked to health. And we need to find out what is the role of food safety in all those areas. Also speaking about public health, we have the head of public health at the Ministry of Health. AESAN is reporting to the consumption ministry, but it collaborates with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Health. And Pedro, I would like to ask you, that public health dimension, when it comes to coordinating actions that take care of the impact on health of the food industry and the food actions, what tools do we have available for that, and how can we improve those, and what has been the experience in the management of the last food safety and security crisis? And we also have someone who is an expert in that coordination of crisis situation. He has had to coordinate the hantavirus crisis in Spain. Recently, he's been there. It's been a huge success of this ministry in a different environment, which is not food safety. But how do you assess and how do you value that coordination, and what is the challenge that we have ahead of us? Thank you very much, Andres, and thanks to the AESAN as a whole for always inviting me and to making me feel at home at every moment. The whole team, the previous team, congratulations on this excellent day, excellent speakers. We have had Beatriz Robles for communication, people from the EFSA, from the European Commission, from the industry, people with a lot of experience and knowledge. It's a luxury. But if I had to summarize in one single idea what it means to have institutional cooperation and coordination, I think that we've moved from coordinating response to sharing responsibilities, which is a step further. We start to share responsibilities because we share in that sense. First, we are going to speak about alerts or risks, but we share the risk part of things. We also share the information part and the management itself. And at every step, at every point, there's a process that we are working on. We, of course, will improve it in the future, but I feel very proud of what we have achieved. About sharing risk in food security, we are always talking about the fact that a great deal of control and surveillance has to do with the impact on human beings, and also we can make that extensive to animal and environmental health. So that shared risk makes us be very aware of everything that AESAN says and tells us, because the alerts that AESAN triggers ends up having an impact on every area of health. How do we implement that vigilance that has to be coordinated with the rest of public health surveillance? We need to be really very integrated and very intertwined. And we also share the risk regarding information and communication. The communication director of the Ministry of Health and that of the Ministry of Consumption or with the Secretary General, for example, they have a very good relationship, and that helps us to not issue contradicting messages. You cannot leave someone else to fill up a gap if they are not the right people, because that can destroy every message. So the institutional respect that we need to implement among the different bodies that have a voice, we need to have the same message. Different voices contribute a lot because we have different target audiences, but at least we should convey the same message, and that's paramount. So we share the risk, but we also share the information and the communication, and then we share the management itself of crisis. The conversations are permanent, and I include the autonomous regions and the General Directorate of Public Health. We all share that. When we have an event, and I was thinking when I was listening to Marianne, I was thinking about what happened with Listeria or what happened with the Champions Burger. Those are events that have a huge growth capacity where the information is not the best because we have to wait for some analysis, for confirmation, and at the same time we need to be managing the topic, the alert itself, plus we need to carry out the management of warning the different autonomous regions to pay attention to the emergence of symptoms to see whether we can implement a study as a whole, or we can implement measures individually or separately. I think that we are very agile in that approach, and I feel very comfortable with the autonomous regions and with AESAN. I wanted to talk about risks, but I also wanted to talk about institutional collaboration for the next steps that we are going to take. Not only are we sharing common aspects, we also share two main values, fundamental values regarding what we do in public health and what AESAN is doing, which is also public health in the end. And there are two main values that we want to highlight. One is the protection and promotion of health, which is our main priority, and that's our main interest and purpose, and with an equity component, because studies show that infant obesity is different depending on the income. And then the second aspect that we share is science. Science and the values of protection and equity we are also drawing lots of conclusions. We share health plans like the National Strategic Plan for the Reduction of Infant Obesity and many other actions that we are implementing. And we have had legislative actions that have been promoted by the AESAN together with the Ministry of Consumption that have been like pure public health policies and that we take very proudly, like the decree for school dining rooms and so on, and lots of public health initiatives that are launched by different areas of public health. You have seen that health is present in every public policy. Every public policy has an impact on health. That doesn't mean that I have to take charge of all of those policies, but I have to interact and work with them to integrate the public health aspect in every policy that we draft. And the ally that we have in the AESAN for pure public health policies is huge, and that is going to have an impact on public health. And I would like to close by discussing health and food safety and security. Having a single command and control center doesn't mean that you are going to be successful. We have to be successful because we have to have governance mechanisms that are strong and robust. And if we share information, the risk and the decisions, that's when we can solve problems, precise and specific problems. In the context that we have right now with different challenges, we have to come together under those values, protection and equity in health, and of course, science. And from then on, we can build whatever we can, and we will continue to build the future. Thank you to the AESAN.
Muchas gracias, Pedro.
Thank you so much, Pedro. I'm going to turn to Emilio now, Director General of Health in Agri-Food Production and Animal Welfare from the Ministry of Agriculture, where in the competencies that we're sharing out, they are in charge of animal safety, managing waste, so quality assurance for animal foods. So you play a crucial role in a country that has such a large production and exportation capacity. So it's that task of coordination. How do you see it? Where can we reinforce what we do? What are the challenges ahead? What's the ministry's vision on this? Well, firstly, I'd like to say thank you very much for inviting me and congratulations, of course. Happy anniversary. I had only just joined the Ministry of Agriculture when AESAN was born, and the truth is that there are still very many friends here. Another great many have gone elsewhere since then, but it always has a fond place in my heart, this institution. I was smiling to myself earlier when Ignacio Arranz was saying about the heroic times, and when we were under suspicion. I had just joined the Ministry of Agriculture, as I was saying, and it was during the time of the mad cow disease, and I was on that team. And yes, that was the impression. We were under suspicion on behalf of citizens and the sectors in industry. They wondered what we were going to do, and I've been reflecting because throughout the day, the presentations have been brilliant. Everyone has been wonderful speakers. And so if you look back and think, how were we then and how are we now? In terms of the coordination and relations between institutions, well, yes. In the early days, I didn't hold a very significant position, but the approach towards the European Union and towards the national ideas had to be managed in the higher ranks, in the higher echelons, and that it was a very big issue back then. And that was partly because of the fact that the perception that we had in agriculture was that, and I'm exaggerating this, but we were being seen as being closer to the productive sector rather than to public health. And AESAN and so on were trying to go beyond an equal distance. And we've also seen in the different presentations how that has evolved. It's incredible. And now, when we have to take a common stand in certain forums, in working groups, our experts always manage to agree, or most of the time, don't they? It's rare that we have to get together and say, hey, look, what's going on with this issue in Brussels? And so, yes, clearly we've learned a lot along the way, and we've put science at the basis, scientific rigor. And I would like to congratulate us all on what our peer from the Directorate General of Health was saying, which is that Spain is following these scientific recommendations. We are true to that spirit of science. And I'd like to say hats off to all of us for the fact that after 25 years we are making strategic decisions and coordinations based on expert decisions, and that's the norm here. So my first conclusion would be that. And yes, we've also seen that after 25 years, we are perceived differently, both the Ministry of Agriculture and the Public Health. AESAN is increasingly collaborative and engaging in projects with the production sector and vice versa. In the Ministry of Agriculture, we're involved in primary production, working with initiatives that are more geared towards food safety rather than towards production sometimes. So I think this has placed us exactly in the position we needed to be in, which is as public servers serving citizens. And that's it, full stop. So 25 years in, that's my reflection. And another important thing for me, apart from the whole hygiene package that was defined, was the milestone of the official control regulations that gave us all the same language to speak, where every agent, every player could work together and along the same lines. And that has helped to standardize things and know how to carry out these official controls, when to do it based on risk, and so on. When we're seen from outside, it may look like everything's a bit of a mess with 2 or 3 different ministries with different competencies, and then all the different autonomous communities or regions, and everything's replicated. But actually, when they really look in depth and they audit us, it turns out this works. It works really well. And there's nothing that really suggests that we work any worse than the neighbouring member states. Looking ahead at the future, as you were asking, I think it's quite clear, and I don't want to repeat what my colleagues were going to say. There will need to be communication mechanisms and coordination, of course. And some of those mechanisms will apply at very specific levels, and I'm talking the animal byproduct authorities and so on. But looking ahead at the future, I think rather than changing the way we coordinate, we need to just embrace the challenges from outside. We're talking about sustainability quite a lot. We're talking about an issue that concerns me quite a lot, which is the way plant protection product standards are being used as a barrier for trade. There has been a mention of that even within the European Union, and decisions are being made in terms of authorizations of GMOs, where what they do is take the scientific opinion, put it in a drawer, and there are some countries that are saying, I think I'm just going to vote against this. Internationally, that's even further exacerbated. So that would be one of the biggest challenges, perhaps, to see how we can continue to be the lighthouse based on the very best science. And in terms of trade with third countries and trade within the European Union, because this type of behavior can also lead to temptations to renationalize policies. Let's look out for that as well. But now, in sort of supporting Spain, you know that for the Minister of Agriculture, exports are a very important affair. And the data, it's not 58 billion, it's 78 billion. I'd like to just correct that. And there's been a major success over these years, which is that while the CAP said, let's ensure that there are accessible foods for the population, this new revolution in food safety, let me put this properly, not in terms of an autarky, but rather for food safety, this has led to a degree of excellence that has allowed us to conquer third countries as well. And this obviously has an impact on the way we work. And we are certain that through this open market and all this exportation, companies are able to improve their quality. It's pushing them to include and to implement new standards because of the audits, because of the reviews. Or there's the Listeria Zero, and there's the different microbial loads and the use of antibiotics that are not authorized in other countries. The companies have this interest in selling abroad. And so they're implementing standards that even we haven't implemented yet. Some are debatable, that's true, but if a company is led by the quality department rather than the commercial department, things are going well. And in that sense, the major exporting companies are being guided by quality criteria, and you can tell. It shows, and so you need to stop the chain when there's a problem. The significance that we give to third countries and to foreign trade is another of the elements that we're going to have to include in our coordination with the autonomous communities, with the companies, and that's the way I see it. It's not so much about creating new coordination mechanisms, but making sure that our existing ones include the new challenges in the short and mid-term. Thank you so much, Emilio. And just to wrap up this roundtable, I'm going to give the floor to our Executive Director, Ana López Santa Cruz, whom I am truly grateful to for organizing these events. And go ahead, the floor is yours to conclude. Thank you so much, Andres. Very quickly, I'm not going to go on because I think everything has been said on this panel. Most things have already been said, and I have little more to add, as well as the fact that it's time to wrap up. I think out of what has been said, they've expressed it with words, but it is also expressed in the event itself. I think we truly perceive that positive relationship because human relations are, at the end of the day, what enable institutions to function, to work. And so let's reinforce that collaboration. Beyond the formal side, because we have a lot of mechanisms between institutions and stakeholders, let's also reinforce it informally. And that's all from me, I promise. I'll be finishing with this. I think all of us directors in the administrations, in the institutions, in the private sector, the leaders, we must lead because it's part of our responsibility and obligation. It's something that I have in my heart. We must lead by taking care of people because people are the ones who drive institutions and who enable these links, these bonds that push us forward as a society and that help us to achieve our goal. And the goal that unites us here, even though we have different interests and different priorities, our goal is to reach a consensus and to move forward in protecting the health of the population, each with our own interests, but let's continue to reach these agreements so that we all win and we all lose as little as possible. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, desde luego.
Thank you. Yes, we're certainly going to take a note of the challenges in the autonomous communities, in the ministry, to continue fostering this institutional coordination. Thank you to all four of you, and now I would like to invite you to leave the stage, and there will be some closing remarks.
Bueno, pues ya para concluir estas jornadas.
To conclude our event, which has been very interesting, insightful, emotional, I think we certainly need to extend a message of gratitude for joining us, especially during this last panel. I want to send out some thanks, but I'd also like to send out a message as to where the agency is heading and what principles it should be guided by. I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone who, over the past 25 years since its inception, have made this success possible and who have built the trust that there is today in the food system in Spain. Everyone matters, and that wasn't the starting point. That was the most difficult challenge to achieve, and it has been achieved because of everyone who works on a day-to-day basis in the agency. So thank you for having been there, for being there today, and for continuing to be there in the future, because it is the people who bring the energy, the driving force behind the agency. And I think today it is important to thank not just the people who have worked there for the past 25 years, but the people who shaped the vision of the future to ensure that this agency could become what it is today. And so I want to thank Maria Neira, Ignacio Arranz, the founders of this home. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of everyone who is here today. It is thanks to you.
Y es que es difícil de imaginar.
It is difficult to picture how 25 years ago food crises could be faced without the tools that we have today, the European regulations, the information, the institutions. How difficult it must have been to ensure that coordination that we have today with so many protocols, so much regulation, so much access to information. It was much more difficult before. And it's your vision of the future that has made it possible for us to be here today. Not just AESAN on its 25th anniversary, but also our EFSA.
I changed that in my discourse today. It's nuestra EFSA, es parte.
It is our EFSA, and it is part of this institutional structure. We need to thank Nick for having travelled here to Madrid, for having taken part in this event. And there's a very important message that you conveyed that I would like to take home with me, which is the importance of shining the light on science-based decision-making, because that's the key in all of our actions, and political decisions must take into account scientific evidence, and that must be the driver behind all our decision-making. And today, in the global environment in which we find ourselves, some contest or challenge scientific evidence, but they don't do it as a way of imposing an alternative vision of the world. They do it as a strategy to intoxicate public conversation. It is a method to prevent a public conversation based on shared premises, which is the true basis for democracy. So the fact that we have science-based policies today is a support for our democracies, for our public function, and that should be one of our top priorities. It has guided us in the past 25 years, and it will continue to do so in the following 25 years. So carrying on with my gratitude, I want to thank the Scientific Committee, which is the mainstay of this home that guarantees that all the work we do, all the way from the regulations, from the official controls through to production models, forms of transportation and storage of foods, dietary recommendations issued for different population groups. This is all the materialization of reports by the Scientific Committee. It's important to say that because that is what has allowed us to progress all these 25 years. If we have the trust we have today, it's because decisions have been made this past quarter of a century based on that scientific support. So thank you so much to everyone who is part of that Scientific Committee. Thanks to the President and to all of the members. It's a shame to know that her mandate is coming to an end, but she's done such a wonderful job, and we will continue to listen to her wise words.
Hay otro mensaje que decía.
There is another message that was shared by Nick, the Executive Director of EFSA, which is that there is science at the core, but we also need to be determined to act. We need to support action in decision-making because it's important to transform the food system, to improve it, to make it more trustworthy, more sustainable. And to do that, we need to join forces. there was the analogy of a surgeon that Nick was giving, the surgeon who needs to make quick, agile decisions. We need to keep that analogy in mind. We need to make decisions with the very best information, but we do need to make them. And so that surgeon analogy, that metaphor, is so useful in food safety. And let's also have the analogy of the chef in mind, the chef who needs to feed mouths, children's mouths, the elderly, workers, every day, and who cannot wait and sit around waiting for the best food system. That person has to get up every day and offer the best they can. There's an urgency in food every day that needs to be very much in the heart and minds of the agency. And I would like to thank everyone working at the agency who works in food safety and official control. And I'd also like to thank everyone who works on the challenge that we embraced 5 years in, which was healthy and sustainable nutrition as another of the mainstays in this home. So thanks to everyone here who works tirelessly every day to improve food and nutrition systems.
Porque no nos engañemos, tenemos ahí una...
Because let's not fool ourselves, the challenges ahead of us are very complex, very demanding. Food is one of the main inequality gaps in our country. Unequal income has a drastic impact on food quality, on obesity levels, on the situation people have in terms of public health, especially in childhood. That's something we know very well thanks to the Ladino study here in AESAN. That's why it's been one of the main pillars we've been working on in the past work with the Royal Decree of school food halls, dining halls. With that, we have already improved and transformed the quality of food for 30,000 school centres across the country. And we did that just 1 month ago when the regulation came into force. We are working on a royal decree to improve and to put across these improvements in hospitals, in nursing homes, in libraries, in working centres, because we have the possibility to transform that system and to reclaim the Mediterranean diet that is so core in our health. And the Minister was mentioning projects to limit the consumption of energy drinks among adolescents and children, and we will continue to work along those lines. And I have full trust in that the next 25 years will be defined by new progress and new improvements in this area.
Es uno de los retos. No.
Because that is one of our challenges. We cannot allow our postcode to define what access we have to food. Access needs to be equal to healthy, sustainable food, and that needs to be guaranteed as something universal in every area, in every neighborhood, every school, every nursing home, every hospital. It needs to be a model that permeates all of our habits and transforms society. I'd now like to extend my gratitude to another of the elements of this home, this agency, which are the laboratories. And that includes all of the other institutions that work with laboratories across the country, because their role is an essential one. Both the National Food Centre Laboratory in Majadahonda, the Marine Biotoxin Laboratory in Vigo, all of them, thank you for your invisible, calm, quiet and constant hard work that allows us to make sound scientific-based decisions.
Y ya por último a los organismos.
And thank you to the international organizations, the World Health Organizations, with Luz de Regil, who kindly joined us. Thanks to the European Commission, with Klaus Berend. Thank you for taking part. The role that you play is a crucial one. We need to continue to foster this coordination with all of the organizations. Thank you for supporting us here in Spain. It is a cause of pride for us. It fills us with pride to know that you take us as a reference. And so we thank you for your confidence, your trust, your support, and we will continue to work together day to day.
Y con esto ya quiero concluir.
And I would like to finish my thanks now and send out just a clear message regarding the principles that need to guide the following 25 years of this agency. They need to be clear and shared by all of us. Firstly, eating safely means eating healthy. We need to say that more. We need to communicate it more. As Luz de Regil from the World Health Organization was saying, we need to take good care of the presence of ultra-processed foods in our diets. We cannot base our diet solely on pre-cooked foods and ultra-processed foods. And eating healthy needs to be accessible. That's the second statement. We need to ensure that healthy and sustainable food reaches every table, every person. And that's a challenge. It involves transforming not just habits, but also the sector model, the system, and we need to take an active part in that. And as my third message, I would like to boost the determination to act urgently in order to transform that system. We are doing it in many centres. This is becoming a reality, and we need to ensure that that communication reaches everyone, and that what has now become a social concern for healthy eating becomes widespread and becomes a reality. And we at the public organisations need to take responsibility for that and own that challenge. Thank you so much for joining us, for taking part, and happy 25th anniversary to AESAN. And I truly wish for a further 25 years of great success.